Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2. Test test. Is this working? Are we live? Hello, hello. We live? Hey! Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I love Talent Freedom. Off to a good start. Getting the themes of the stream established right from the start. He's on time. He hates us. I can't win. Oh yeah, Sai. Hope you feel better soon. Oh, hi, Speed Rover. Welcome into the stream. Welcome into the stream. Morning, Roth. Greetings, Sumo Knight. Talent freedom. I'm looking forward to that particular tired talking point being put away. I hope that one of the more fascinating things about, actually, as I was putting this stream together, one of the more fascinating things that I realized was how the longer VShojo exists for, the better of a case study it is in why traditional corpos have the structures and practices that they do. Which is a sentence that I didn't think I'd ever be saying out loud, but it's an epiphany that I've kind of had over the past week or so. Phantom Lord, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Sai, thank you for being a footstool for 7 months. Holy, me heading home after the Battle of Stalingrad. Artemis, thank you for being a footstool for 3 months. Present thy feet. That's for a later date. That's for a later date. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I'm ignoring the tornado siren. Holy, I hope you're alright. So just silly tubes of air. Yeah, with that mindset, you'll be fine. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I came to hear Chairman talk about paper tigers. Yes. So, oh, Gator, welcome to the stream. For those who don't know what a paper tiger is, it is an idiom that refers to the concept of something that looks threatening but doesn't really have any substance to back that threatening appearance up. Tiger made of paper, pretty self-explanatory. But yeah. Damn you, armchair, why so early? I mean, this is 1 hour late technically, so admit I don't know what paper tiger means. Well, now you do. Now you do. I would be outside watching it, but I like these streams more. Aw, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Looks scary, but thin and fragile. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. All bark and no bite. Yeah, that's an equivocal idiom, I think. What about paper cuts? Well, that is a possibility, yes. That is a possibility. Like, not all traditions are good, but some traditions are the way that they are, especially given how the Western world loves to subvert and be hip and fail miserably for the common people. Yeah. At some point in all of our lives, we reach a point where sorry, I shouldn't say we reach a point. We reach a stage of development where we gain the ability to recognize that maybe not all traditions and customs are bad, and maybe they don't just exist for the purpose of restricting our freedoms, but maybe they served a more useful purpose, and we just didn't realize it while they were still a thing. Adam Elek, thank you for the super. Single grown-ass man here. Your long streams help me through my workouts, long walks, and cleaning house days. Here's some thank you money. Thank you so much. I'm very glad to hear that I'm able to make your day just that little bit easier. Thank you for your generosity. Thoughts on recent antics? It's not really much to write home about. It's just the usual. VShojo's taking the next step on talent freedom by having their talents free from the company. See, this is something that we will end up talking about more later on in the stream, but inevitably the problem is, with the combination of traits that VShojo has as a company, especially the traits that it adopted in order to be able to entice creators that are already as established and as successful as the ones who made up their debut generation, what you essentially get is a company that functions as a sort of revolving door of resources. And if that is what your company builds itself up to be, one of the biggest issues you are eventually going to face is the problem of what happens when your heavy hitters outgrow the services you offer. VShojo seems to be really running into that problem now, although it has been building up for a while. So, really glad that I get to be here for one of these while live. Not going to be chatting too much, I still have a lot of work to chew through tonight. Thanks for tuning in, Speedy Rover, and I hope the work goes smoothly. Is that the Speed Robo? It is indeed. The whole thing of traditions is figuring out which are useful and which can go. Not an easy task, but definitely a good one to do a good job of. Oh, absolutely. Too many... How do I say this? VShojo has always come across as a very youthful organization in spirit. And I mean that both in a good way and in a negative way. Because... in one sense, VShojo, when it first debuted, it first entered the scene, it did come across as, a corporation that was trying to do things different. It had some ideas, sounded good, etc., etc. But as the years have gone by, the way that VShojo established itself, marketing-wise, brand-wise, as this sort of counter-cultural corpo, has started to become a little bit less youthful, more overly idealistic, perhaps. Even bordering on immature at times. The arrogance caught up to them. There was always a little bit of that, right? There was always a little bit of, oh, we're better than our forebears. But I feel like as time has gone on, that has become less and less of a thing. There have been events that have happened before in VShojo's history that have humbled the standing of the company, and we are going through another one of those right now. Zodic-kun, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. Tradition is a solution that is past its due date. Yeah, I think that's a decent way of putting it. VShojo was punk rock until it became established, and then faded off. Yeah, I can see how you made that comparison. Yeah, this is like how Hollywood loves the subverting expectations and breaking storytelling rules, and then showing us why those rules exist. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty accurate. That's a pretty accurate analogy. 4 bears, even better than 1.5 bears. Amen, Daniel. Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Good job on sniping Carlos. I also hope you enjoy those emotes. I assumed it was mostly for the marketing push and gave them an excuse to collab. I would assume so. Problem with VShojo is always with the weight behind their words. They simply don't have any more, and often do not become a bothersome middleman. Yeah, I mean, the company itself never built up a brand image. This is something that I've talked about across the other 2 streams that I did on VShojo. But actually, I believe it was in the last one that I did where I said, almost verbatim, VShojo as a company has never been able to develop an identity for itself independent of the individual brands of its talents. And the problem is, that means that the talents have nothing to unify under. They don't have this cohesive direction, this cohesive collective identity that they can all grow with and grow around. And as a result, one of the things that I said in the last stream was, if the company doesn't figure out one unifying idea or direction that can draw all of the other talents in and draw all the talents to this one sort of coordinated group, then it's going to rip itself apart from the inside out. Because there's only so long that a company can default to, oh, we'll just be whatever our talents want us to be. Because that works fine when you only have a few talents, or when your talents are successful but perhaps not that ambitious. But the moment you get multiple talents that have different ideas of what they want the company to be, and the moment those talents start becoming successful independently of one another, you start to run into problems. Because then it becomes your job as a company to reconcile that difference in perspective and in vision, and that's not always possible. VShojo in last week's term sounds like lacks a sound game plan. Yeah, pretty much. Kelvin, thank you for the 10. It's time to start treating VShojo like a traditional talent agency. Amelie has separate representation, Matara was the same. I wouldn't even say that. I'd go a step further and say it's time to start treating VShojo like the other companies in this industry that have similar business models, similar rhetoric, and a similar track record when it comes to how things tend to unfold once major members of staff and major talent start leaving all at once. Because one of the things that I realized when I was looking through essentially pairing up what is going on with VShojo right now with some of the other companies we've looked at in the past, is the eerie degree of similarity between VShojo, their business model, what is currently going on with what looks like an exodus from their personnel, and what was happening with, let's say, I don't know, Idle EN, for example. There are quite a few similarities there that, if you've been keeping your eye on how things have progressed in this industry, might lead you to the conclusion that VShojo isn't doing too hot behind the scenes. VShojo isn't like the others, though. I'm sure they're not. And I'm sure they will sell for a good deal more. VShojo should change their slogan to "Freedom isn't free." I'm pretty sure that's been taken by somebody else. Pardon my French, initial early VShojo was like the prideful slutty women company. I think there was a little bit of the Oh, actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I don't know if the comparison is as good as it sounded in my head. But I was going to say there were, perhaps, the earliest hints of what could become VAllure in the early days of VShojo. Not quite, though, not quite. VShojo, in terms of their actual brand, was never going to be able to take things where VAllure has taken them, but perhaps. Actually, now that I say that out loud, I've been discussing this with some other people over the past week, and actually, this will make more sense later on in the stream, but I was considering, out of all of the companies, the various VTuber corpos that have risen and fallen over the past year or so, how many of them have attempted to make a favorable, extremely favorable talent corpo revenue split actually work? And in almost every single instance when a VTuber corpo has attempted to use a low corpo cut of the talent's revenue as a flex, that corpo has died, or has been bought out by Brave Group. However, there is so far only one exception to the rule, at least to my knowledge, and that exception is VShojo. Part of me wonders how much of VShojo's ability to take that on the chin comes from the fact that they are basically dominating their niche. They are, at least to my knowledge, the only explicitly NSFW aimed Western VTuber Corp. And as a result, I wouldn't say they have a monopoly, but they definitely do dominate their area of the market to the extent where it probably allows them to get away with a lot more business-wise than their peers might. So that is something that I found to be rather fascinating once I started looking at yet again another pattern. The power of gooning. Yeah. People will pay good money for quality ASMR, and VShojo is nothing if not competent when it comes to making good ASMR. Zippy Zap, thank you for the 20. Hey Chairman, missed the last stream, went to Anime Expo last week and was able to meet some Face Connect merch. Was able to get some Face Connect merch, mostly Punko. Oh, good taste. And Saba's merch from Omocat. Good to see the TikTok/X hate isn't how it is IRL, at least there. I'm glad to hear that. Hope you had a great time there as well. First mover's advantage. Yeah. I'd put it down to that as well. Reminds me of the 80s to 90s comic companies. They tried to do artist-led and a lot didn't survive because artists weren't businessmen. Yeah. And again, that's another example of a business that was built on idealistic principles that sound good in theory, but don't actually work in practice. Because people don't behave, spend money according to just nebulous principles. They do so based off of incentives. It helps that the talents have done that stuff in the past, so they have experience. Oh, yes. One of the rules that VShojo has for their auditions, which is so common sense, but you'd honestly be surprised at how rarely it seems to be implemented, is just one of the criterion for you to be able to apply as talent is you have to have made some sort of NSFW content in the past. You have to have a portfolio of the kind of content you'd be making once you get into the company, ready for the company to review. And I mean, it sounds very common sense, but you'd be surprised at how many corporations sort of gloss over that criterion in their auditions, process. I think the comics company example is a great example. Agreed. If there's one thing that people can discover from looking at Japanese sites, hentai ASMR or audios make a lot of money. It's an untapped Western market. I'll take your word for it. I heard that compared to other corpos, the only problem that Face Connect faces today is their merch quality and logistics. What are your thoughts about it? I mean, to my knowledge, yes, that is, from my point of view at least, the major hurdle that Face Connect is still trying to hop over as a company. Because aside from that, their expansion going from a small to a mid-sized corpo is, well, it has gone without too much of a hitch. So if they were to be able to sort out their merch issues, because that is the only thing I have seen FaZe fans genuinely complain about, I think that would be the last barrier in between them and, well, given the way that the Western side of the industry is going, them and market domination, I suppose. Master N, thank you for the 2. Also make shit dropping straw because of rev. Yeah, I think that's stupid. For those who don't know, just a little bit of additional context. Makeship, the plushie company, recently announced that they were dropping Darling Straub, from their roster of affiliates because of her affiliation her association with Rev Says Des, her husband, which, in my opinion, is rather idiotic, seeing as she does not make the same content, doesn't appear in his content, and for all intents and purposes is merely his spouse. I don't understand that justification at all, if I'm being honest, but oh well. Company does silly company things, I suppose. Makeshift was disappointing for doing that. I agree. Oh yeah, no, Rev is married. Has been for quite some time. They didn't learn from the Kirsch stuff? Yeah. He's not one of us. Yeah, it's stupid, yeah. Yeah, Rev says he loves his wife. He does. Kirsha mentioned today that the same company had been trying to... Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw Trigger Point clip it on Twitter. It was quite funny, really. She didn't deserve the drop? Oh, yeah, absolutely she didn't. It's just... Every now and again, a random company that seems to be just coasting chooses a weird hill to die on, and then we all have the same song and dance all over of, do they know what they're doing? Oh, they definitely know what they're doing. And then you have a bunch of people just pulling out their support, choosing not to buy from them anymore, etc., etc. But I mean, at this point, it's mostly this cyclical thing that just happens once every few weeks or months, apparently. We'll say it's even more strange that they dropped her shortly after she announced the VHS she's doing as well. Yeah, that is weird timing on Makeshift's part. I've seen some people speculate that it might be a personal grudge that someone on staff at Makeshift has against Straub, and they're just using Rev as a convenient excuse. And to be honest, I don't really have to imagine too hard in order to picture that being the case. Because, again, of all the reasons why you could choose to of all the reasons you could give for removing an affiliate, why would you choose to remove them because of the content made by their husband that they have no involvement in? It just seems very tenuous. Just like Off-Guy? Yeah, I would agree. At a certain point, it's not a weird hill. They are culture warriors first. That's true. You make a good point, Daniel. I never bought from that site. Likely never will. I mean, there's no shortage of plushie manufacturers in this industry. Depending on how many you want made and what style you want made, you could even consult individual artists and they will make perfectly good plushes for you. For example, Kusar on Twitter, who makes those, I suppose, are they knitted? I don't quite know what the technique he uses is, but his plushes look great. He's made several of the Face Connect girls at this point. And he famously made one for a Gunpei fan as well, before she decided to go off on him for whatever reason. YouTubers or whatever. Potentially a lot of petty people in power in the world. That is true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Kusa made my knit plushies. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Yeah. He made that guy. Yeah. Crochet? Yeah, crochet is probably the right word. I was probably getting it mixed up in my head with knitting. Thanks for reminding me of the Gunpei situation. I heard that she's trying to come back, but aside from that, not much. Gunpei was trying to assume a new identity. Yeah, I saw. I forget. I think I saw Necro commenting on it a while back about how he almost fell for the rebrand. But yeah, no, sometimes you get people in this industry who even after having those massive controversies just can't seem to stay away from it, no matter how much they express what seems like pure spite and hatred for the way that this medium, this subculture, this industry works. I never really understood that. Your new Gunpei identity has been inactive since her post. I would... how much would you guys like to bet that she's already working on another rebrand? What kind of sucker would buy that model? Oh, the Gunpei model? I suppose it would be either a memester or a tourist, right? Because no one would seriously buy that thinking to actually repurpose it as a separate VTuber identity. Just judging off of the way that this industry has panned out thus far, and the attitudes in this industry have developed thus far. I will admit to having, I think, 6 U2's plushies of various VTubers with several more on the way. Unforgivable, Midnight. You you deserve to have them confiscated for having a poor taste in product. I'm waiting for Shizzy to try again. Honestly, if Shizzy gets a different model, that would be an improvement over his old one. Almost certainly. Weird case of recasting a VTuber model? Yeah. Although, if you're reselling a VTuber model, generally the market for that is very, very small. Rima read the lore for the person who bought it and it's hilarious. Oh, I haven't seen that. I'll need to check it out later. Oh, Ava, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the gifted membership. Good job on sniping Zuli. Hope you enjoy those emotes, my guy. At this point, they should make a cancelled VTuber models, adoptables. Sure. Oh, Ava, thank you for becoming a Footstool yourself. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes too. Been playing Uma Musume, and I keep seeing Rima as special week's unmarried aunt. Yeah, no. The first time I logged onto Twitter and I saw people spamming posts about Uma Musume, when I first saw that Uma, I deadass thought that was Rima. I could not unsee the similarity between their character designs after that initial glance. I've been... it's always so funny because now when I randomly get flashbanged by a picture of her on my screen, I still instantly think, oh, Rima? Horse? But yeah, the Gunpei model will be the Son and Shu of models. I think we're going to need a bit more cursed power in order to get to that level of unlucky charm. There we go. Can't believe I wasn't subscribed to you, for shame on myself. No problem at all. Glad to have you with us now. Which, right? It's the same picture. Exactly. Her old model was based off of the Uma one, if I recall correctly. Really? I didn't know that. That's a bit of lore that I hadn't heard of. Sup, Chair Kang? I'm here to witness some talent and some freedom. Welcome in, Nene Love. We haven't started talking about either yet. We've just been yapping about whatever. However, I should probably get to it, seeing as it's been about 30 minutes already. Hold on, let me switch screens. Okay, I just realized that apparently my... Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Let me try and figure out what's wrong with my OBS. This is so scuffed. My apologies. Hold on. Testing, testing. Is this working? Can you hear me? We're back? Alright, excellent. Okay, so I might need to update OBS, or I might need to rip it open. I don't know what's going on, but apparently it stopped my microphone from working for some of the scenes. It's still, the input capture is still there, but it's just not picking up what I'm saying. Now we hear you? Okay, excellent. Alright, we're back on track. We're back on track. Aquareg, welcome to the stream. We hear you. He scuffed his equipment because he hates us. I love the Ian curse. I love the Ian curse. Ava, thank you for the gifted membership. D Suffers, congratulations on getting sniped. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Alright. Let me just read the disclaimers out again now that I'm actually audible. First, do not attempt to harass and or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. If I catch you engaging in that kind of behavior, you will be banned from this community without appeal. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary, and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. And finally, don't worry if something's a little small on the screen. I'll be narrating almost everything that is relevant that comes up in the slides. Even if I don't, all of the slides for this stream will be available on my personal Patreon, link in description, where if you sign up, you don't even need to pay any money, just sign up as a free member. You are able to access both this and the slides for all of my previous streams as well. So, before we get stuck into this topic of building a brand identity on a flimsy premise and how to make a flimsy premise appealing to the masses in the first place, we're going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. A history lesson on a topic that some of you might find to be a little bit of a non sequitur, actually. A very well-known pastime, a very well-known activity, a very stigmatized activity. Smoking. Now, all of us are very familiar with all of the negative effects surrounding smoking. Over the past few decades, it's become one of the most well-documented unhealthy habits that we have studied, or we have been able to study in human history, I would say. We are all familiar with the effects of how it's basically a comorbidity in every single health disorder you can imagine. How it has negative repercussions for so many parts of your body. Your immune system, your reproductive system, your eyes, your teeth, your lungs. I mean, no shit, Sherlock, etc. However, the thing about smoking is that, in spite of what we know about it today, in spite of its negative repercussions for the health of people who smoke it, in spite of the incredible amount of stigma that we now bear towards this pastime, this product, cigarettes, cigars, etc., etc., it wasn't always this way. And to really understand how differently people saw smoking, even as recently as just the beginnings, the early stages of the 20th century, we need to go back to the 1920s. Specifically, one young American man by the name of Lloyd Spud Hughes. Now, Hughes was, at this point in time, young man working as a cashier in his family's restaurant. He was also a young man who was afflicted with the unfortunate health condition of being asthmatic. As a result, he did a lot of coughing, a lot of sputtering, a lot of sneezing, a lot of packing up mucus. However, in a bit of a strange, I suppose, a strange companion to that health condition, Hughes was also a rather avid smoker. And one day, the story goes, his mother, upon seeing him hack away with what she believed to be a cold, instructed him to attempt to remedy it with a little bit of menthol. Now, menthol was a crystal that was derived from the compound that you find in mint. Basically, the thing that gives mint its sort of the sort of cold, numbing sensation that we all know it for. And Billy, oh, sorry, not Billy. I got Billy on the mind after you guys kept spamming his name in chat. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Rushady, congratulations on getting sniped. I hope you enjoy those emotes. And Hughes, being the avid smoker that he was, he got the idea of mixing the menthol crystals with his tobacco. And just like that, when he attempted to create a cigarette out of a combination of tobacco and menthol and a little bit of oil in order to make sure that it all got mixed together in a nice little infusion, Hughes had just invented the first recorded menthol-flavored cigarette. And this was a little bit of a stroke of genius, because not only did it flavor the cigarette smoke when you inhaled it, but the fact that the menthol numbed the throat also allowed smokers to get a deeper inhale without that burning sensation that usually accompanies taking a drag. And as a result, Hughes, this enterprising young man, decided to take this new invention to the patent office, and in September of 1925, Hughes managed to patent Spud menthol cigarettes. Now, at the beginning, what he did with this patent was he just started selling it locally. He would make a few cigarettes, go down to the local mine shafts, and palm them off to the miners or so, sell them off to people, whatever they came to his restaurant, came to a store. However, other people started taking notice of this invention, specifically a man by the name of Woodford Fitch Axton. And in 1927, 2 years after Hughes got his hands on a patent over Spud menthol cigarettes, Axton paid him $90,000, the equivalent of what is now 1.5 million in today's USD, in exchange for the patent and the name of these Spud cigarettes. Because Axton already had a burgeoning cigarette business up and running. And as a result, after this transaction was completed, Axton essentially took the menthol cigarettes, the Spud cigarettes, into the mainstream. And one of the most interesting parts of looking back at how cigarettes were advertised during this period of time was how they were not only advertised as, all the things that we know from the movies, right? They're not just fashionable, not just an icon for sex appeal, not just this thing that makes you look rugged or cool or any of those things. No, cigarettes were actually advertised as being healthy, being for the health conscious. One of the core aspects of the Spud menthol cigarettes was advertising how these cigarettes soothed the throat, how they had potential to soothe the throat. And so,
as the years progressed from the 1930s to the 1940s, as spuds and as menthol cigarettes as an I suppose a genre, for want of a better word, a type of product became more and more popular, this idea, this movement of trying to market cigarettes as a health product ended up picking up more and more steam. Take, for example, these spud ads from the 1940s. Throat sore, time to give it a rest. Change to spuds. Enjoy their soothing coolness. Or, for example, the new rival to spuds that was cropping up in popularity around this same time, Kool cigarettes. When you drop work this weekend, give your throat a rest too, with Kools. And again, basically advertising these cigarettes as if they were some sort of cold remedy. This thing that that customers were convinced would make them feel better. Master N, thank you for becoming Footstool. Welcome to the club. I swear you've been a member before, but welcome back, I suppose. So, for a while, they managed to get away with this advertising campaign pretty much without any sort of pushback whatsoever, because at this point in time, there wasn't exactly a prevalence, a preponderance of people doing health studies into cigarettes, or at least not yet. Not in the 1930s. It was still in the early works of, that sort of health-conscious, cigarette-critical counter-movement. It was only just starting to get going. And so, throughout the 1930s and 1940s, for menthol cigarettes at least, it was basically just free reign. The cigarette companies could go to town on whatever they wanted to imply about the healthiness, quote unquote, of their product. And then, in the 1950s and 1960s, they encountered a problem. And that problem was that now, health institutions and the government were starting to take an interest in the possible repercussions of smoking on health. For example, this article that was published in December of 1952 in a magazine called Reader's Digest, an article titled Cancer by the Carton, basically explaining that there was a concerning correlation between people who smoked and people who had lung cancer. Sounds pretty obvious to us today, but at this point in time, this was a very disturbing new revelation. Same thing applies for Smoking and Health, report of the Advisory Committee to the Surgeon General of the Public Health Service, a comprehensive study by the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and, welfare, that it examined a whole bunch of different questions about the popularity of smoking, how smoking managed to become popular with different demographics in society, the possible health repercussions of smoking, the way that the advertising may or may not have attempted to hide the impacts that smoking had on the people who smoked, etc., etc. And as you can probably imagine, this was a movement, an informational movement, that pretty much killed the ability of these tobacco companies to sell their cigarettes on the basis of health. No longer could they get away with implying that that their consumers should buy and smoke cigarettes just as some sort of cold remedy. Instead, they had to pivot. They had to move away from implying the healthiness of their product to something that was maybe a little bit harder to push back against, a little bit harder to disprove. And so, throughout the 1980s, they pivoted entirely to now going off of vibes-based marketing. Instead of focusing on what the cigarettes could give you in terms of implied health benefits, now they focused on what cigarettes could make you if you smoked them. Break away to refreshing taste, come up to cool. An image of a rugged blonde man smoking a cigarette looking off into the distance while a motorcycle has been sort of layered on top of him. You've got what it takes, Salem Spirit, accompanied by a photo of a bunch of young people frolicking about in a pool and in swimwear. And finally, Cool and Mild today, accompanied by a picture of a fashionable young woman, liberally dressed, looking like she's having fun doing something. Again, now the advertising had shifted to trying to sell the product on the basis of more intangible ideas rather than objective, albeit implied, health benefits. Now it was advertising itself on the basis of ruggedness, adventure, concepts like sociability, excitement, fashion, style, allure, etc., etc. And when you look at this shift between cigarette advertising in the 1930s to 1940s versus the 1980s and onwards, it almost perfectly reflects the other shift that was happening in marketing as a discipline, something that we talked about in the stream that I did on Brave. The split between the product manufacturing era, between 1900 and 1950, and the product distribution era, 1960 to 1990s. And essentially what that shift was the emergence of consumer culture. As the discipline of marketing moved from having to moved from having to focus on selling products based on their merits to having to distribute products out to a wider market of possible buyers, the way that people would try to sell these products ended up changing. What consumer culture was the shift from buying this product will get you something, in other words, purchasing as a utility, to buying this product will make you something, in other words, purchasing as an identity. And you can see how this is mirrored almost perfectly in the evolution of cigarettes after the 1950s and 60s, when all those health studies about the way that cigarettes impacted the risk of cancer, etc., started coming out. And so, when you look at the product manufacturing era, that early point in history, the marketing was very much based off of buy these cigarettes because they will give you XYZ benefit. It'll make your throat feel better. You can smoke it whenever you feel like you're having a rough day, or if you feel a cough or anything, any tingling in your throat, it'll settle it down. Versus the product distribution era, the emergence of purchasing an identity rather than just a thing, a product that you use for a distinct benefit. So now, coming up with this idea that smoking cigarettes makes you manly, makes you masculine, makes you rugged, handsome, adventurous, makes you, pretty, beautiful, sexy, liberal, etc., etc. All of these intangible concepts that were now being associated with the product that they were trying to sell. But curious, thank you for the 5. Chairman, please more announcements in old-timey news voice. I'll see for future streams where I get the chance to squeeze it in. And so, what we were seeing is yet again another case study of the definition of branding that we talked about way back in the Brave stream, which is a brand, which is a name, a term, a sign, symbol, design, or a combination of these elements that is intended to identify the goods or services of a seller and differentiate them from those of competitors. So that first part, identify the goods and services of a seller, that's pretty self-explanatory. That's all of the advertised benefits, all of the implied associations that accompany how a product is branded and advertised. However, the second part, that's when things get a little bit more interesting, because half of a brand's value is how it differentiates itself from rival brands. And just as a demonstration of how that might work, let's take a look at these two cigarette ads. Come up to cool, Salem Spirit. Just first glance at these two posters that advertise these respective brands of cigarettes, what do you notice as a common theme between the two of them? Hold on, give me a second. Yes, sexiness. That's definitely a common thread between the two of them. What's something else, though? And this is a little bit more obvious. Something we don't often point out when we're just talking to people in everyday life, but something that for the purposes of this analysis is going to be very relevant. No, not manhood, not green, not just cool and attractive people. Oh, welcome to the stream, Drac. Forever young appeal? Kind of. Hype moments and aura. That's only one way you could put it, yeah. Yeah, Murray, exactly. They are all white. See, at this point in time, the cigarette companies had not settled on how to target the black market, the market of black Americans that were buying cigarettes, but at this point in time, they were still buying cigarettes according to what was popular among white Americans. However, this would soon change, and one of the examples of this pivoting in the marketing tactics of these tobacco companies was this, an example of an ad by Newport. Half ain't whole, body ain't soul, mild ain't bold, cool ain't cold. Newport is. A picture of a black man with a mustache, dressed in a yellow shirt, posing with a guitar, half sat upon a tall stool with shiny shoes, dark brown pants, and throughout the entirety of the background is this light blue, well, I suppose this darkish shade of blue. And so, when you look at this cigarette ad for Newport, compared to the other two, for Cool and Salem Spirit respectively, you may notice that there are a few key differences in the kind of imagery that this Newport ad attempted to evoke. If you start breaking it down into the individual parts of the picture, the individual elements of the visual image that we have in front of us, that they've composed in this ad, what you essentially get when you start breaking it down is you can break it down into the components of, well, identification versus differentiation. What is the product being represented as? What does the product do according to this picture? Versus what is this product not? What doesn't it do in the picture? So differentiation. So starting off with identification, when you break down some of the individual components of the model in this ad, notice how his shoes are dark, and not just dark, but shined to a sheen that you can see in the camera. Notice how, in contrast to the other two ads that we looked at previously, he is not clean-shaven. In fact, he has a mustache. And as a result, you have this idea that he is supposed to be not really embodying these concepts of being rugged or being energetic per se, but more being stylish, laid back, refined, mature. And when you compare it with the other two posters, the differentiation becomes obvious. The other two posters were really honing in on this kind of youthful energy, vitality. Again, a roughness to the models that was not so much conveyed in terms of the actual shapes, but more so in the overall feeling that they projected in their pose, in their body language, in their facial expression. And again, by contrast, when you look at the way that the model is posed in the Newport ad, he's sort of kind of slouched over in his chair, holding the guitar loosely. It's a lot of very smooth angles, very relaxed body posture. Again, going for a completely different, for want of a better way of putting it, vibe. Yeah, Keigo, exactly. It's the difference between maturity versus ruggedness as the central theme of these two sets of ads. And so, here we get to see the other definition, not just of what a brand is, but what branding is. The whole process of turning something into a brand. Branding, as defined by a media academic by the name of Mumby, is a primarily communicative process that involves the efforts of corporations to shape human identity and influence the cultural and social landscape to sell consumer products. In other words, if you are a marketer and you want to try to sell something, you would be an idiot if you simply just threw the product at your audience and crossed your fingers that they'd be receptive to it. Instead, what you need to do is lay groundwork. You need to make sure that the social or cultural environment surrounding your attempt at communicating what your brand is, what your product is something that will massage your consumers into being a bit more accepting of your possible suggestions. This was very much a part of how cigarettes managed to become popular, because they didn't immediately start honing in on buy this, buy that, buy whatever. They started off trying to look around at what movements were going on at the same time, social movements, cultural attitudes, and figuring out how they could graft themselves onto that in terms of their ad campaigns in order to maximize their effectiveness at targeting specific demographics. This was around the same time that Black Pride and this idea of Black people gaining upwards class mobility, this was when this was all becoming a more prevalent thing, more talked about thing, more socially prevalent thing, I suppose. And as a result, what these ads attempted to do was associate the image of smoking with that element of upwards class mobility, with the idea of class itself. If you smoke, you have class. You're relaxed, laid back, mature, in a position where you would be consulted as a figure of authority, a laid-back figure of authority perhaps, but a figure of authority nonetheless in society. And that was very much the guiding doctrine of a lot of the imagery that was used in these ads that were specifically targeted towards Black Americans by these cigarette companies. And so, when it comes to branding, we can break it down even further. In terms of the language that companies use in order to brand something, very rarely do they actually rely on words. Instead, what they rely on is, and I see a few people in chat who still remember this, semiotics, the study and use of signs and how they're used to convey meaning. Essentially, every time you see a sign of some sort, a symbol of some sort, they are images that have individual components that have been individually charged with meanings. And so you combine those individual visual components in order to get a specific message across to whoever's looking at it without needing to say a single word. Take, for example, a stop sign. You combine the text stop along with the color red in order to signify the meanings of stop, self-explanatory, and danger as represented by the red. Pretty basic stuff. However, when you start applying this to advertising campaigns, when you start applying this to individual ads, you can then start breaking them down into base components, their base visual components, to figure out, okay, what are the ingredients of this message and what is it trying to say to me? For example, if we look at some of the key visual elements of this Newport ad, you have the sharp shone black shoes, you have the mustache, as we talked about before, you have the guitar, and when you take a look at each of those individual signs, what you get is the individually signified meanings of maturity, as conveyed by the mustache, refinement, as conveyed by the shone shoes, and style, as conveyed by a combination of how the model is dressed, as well as the guitar that he holds in his hand. And then when you look at the color scheme of this ad, you get something different. look at the overall, I mean, even if you just semi-squint in order to get a better sense of how they've attempted to color this ad so as to draw your eye in a specific way. There is an overall background of this kind of sort of dull bluish tone, and then right in the middle you have a light bright yellow, and then even more so centered beyond that is the flat dull yellow of the guitar. And when you look at all of these things, when you look at how you combine the brightness of yellow with the calm, relaxed tones of blue, when you look at how your eye is effortlessly drawn into the center, not because the model is posed in some sort of outlandish way or doing some big gesture or some outrageous facial expression. Your eye is simply drawn in because of what he is wearing, nothing more. His body language is relaxed, but his image commands your attention because of how he is dressed. And that sort of design is very deliberate. It's this idea of commanding attention without actually trying to do so. That is the implied message, the signified meaning that combination and arrangement of colors is supposed to subconsciously signal to you as the person looking at this ad. Scarly Macalori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And so, when you look at the way that Newport arranged this ad targeted specifically at Black Americans, and you compare this with other ads by other companies, the aforementioned 2 being Cool and Salem, also targeted at Black Americans, you start to realize that a pattern begins to develop where they will default to a whole bunch of different signs in order to try and convey these meanings without you even registering that, well, something has been done to fish them out of your head, out of your subconscious. For example, so good, it's got to be cool. This image of a relaxed Black American man, throwing back his head, laughing while holding a cigarette, dressed in this sort of very light, white, almost see-through shirt with a gold chain around his neck. All of those individual, combination of his facial expression, his body, his relaxed body posture, the lightness of his clothes, the fact that the chain is very visibly there, you can see it as, symbol of wealth, high status, etc. But at the same time, it's not thick. It doesn't look like it weighs a lot. And so you get this lightness that is supposed to reflect the feeling, the sensation of smoking the cigarette. Is that O.J. Simpson? I wouldn't know, to be honest. You have a second ad, doing it smooth. Salem, smooth, easy, refreshing menthol. If you're gonna do it Salem smooth. Accompanied by a photo of 3 black men gathering around a pool table, presumably sometime in the evening, relaxing while having a few cigarettes, having a laugh. Again, you get this sort of same image, right? This divvying up of Cool wanting to focus in on individual models that represent the some sort of masculine ideal, whether that be laid-back wealthiness or rugged adventure seeking, and also this combination in terms of Salem when it comes to smoking as a sort of group activity where you have fun with your friends in whatever way, depending on your demographic or depending on your age, etc., etc. And so, when you look at all of these, all of these different things, again, it all comes back down to the fact that branding is an exercise in shaping identity. Creating this image of this thing that your buyers, your consumers, would want to become, would want to embody, would want to adopt and integrate into their own identity. And then, that is what you sell. However, this is not the limit of what you can do when it comes to using, essentially weaponizing the whole concept of identity, admirable, desirable traits of identity that your consumers would like to adopt in order to sell them something. No, because remember what I said earlier about branding being a practice of shaping the social and cultural landscape around a product, not just coming up with this embodiment of ideals in the form of a model and then posing them in front of a camera. It goes a bit deeper than that. And to explore that, we're going to need to revisit a man that I've spoken about many times before on this channel. Edward Bernays, nephew of Sigmund Freud, to many students of media, the father of public relations, but people who have watched content on this channel before know him as the father of propaganda. Famously wrote an entire instruction manual, how to manipulate the minds of the masses, before dedicating that book to his wife. And Edward Bernays, in addition to being, well, as a result of being, the foremost mind of his time in terms of how to manipulate public opinion, he was also a frighteningly effective marketer. People would approach him if they had problems when it comes to trying to get something to sell, and they would consult him in the hopes that he would be able to shed some light on how they could have a breakthrough in terms of reaching a new market, or finally getting a group of consumers to mobilize and actually buy shit from them. And one of those people who thought to consult Mr. Bernays because he had a problem to do with sales was a man by the name of George Washington Hill, the head of American Tobacco, I believe, at this point in time. And Mr. Hill, he was the owner of a little brand of cigarettes called Lucky Strikes. Sorry, give me a second. The ultimate propagandist? Well, I mean, marketing is propaganda's goofy brother, so... In any case, so Mr. Hill owned this brand of cigarettes called Lucky Strikes, and he had a problem that he wanted Bernays to help him solve. See, around this period of time in America, women were beginning to gain purchasing power. They were able to own money of their own, they were able to spend money of their own, and as a result, they were, in Hill's eyes, an untapped market. And he wanted to figure out how he could access that market, how he could sell Lucky Strike cigarettes to women. Except, like I said before, there was a problem. Around this point in time, because of the fact that women had only recently gained the economic power to buy products of their own volition, women smoking was deemed extremely unfashionable. There was a very, very strong stigma against... Sorry, give me a second. There was a very, very strong stigma against women smoking, not least because, at least a little bit, smoking was still viewed as a kind of unhealthy, unethical, almost dirty habit, even when it was done by men. And since women were seen as these guardians, these embodiments, these paragons of morality, these gatekeepers of morality in society even, it was especially taboo for women to be seen smoking. And so, if the thing that is stopping you from selling your product is social stigma, who better to consult to get around that than the best propagandist that you have at your disposal? And to his credit, Bernays very much lived up to the challenge. See, prior to Hill's consultation of Bernays in 1928, about 3 years prior, around 1925, Hill was able to sell the cigarettes to women relatively effectively. His main campaign centered around a slogan called "Reach for a Lucky." Basically, the plan was to fat shame women or to threaten them with the prospect of becoming fat and advertise smoking cigarettes as a way of curbing your feelings of hunger without having to eat anything. It was viewed as a sort of, again, kind of health conscious, because this was still very much that era when health consciousness and cigarette advertising were very much one and the same. However counterintuitive that sounds to us now. So he advertised cigarettes as this very health-conscious thing, right? Reach for a lucky instead of a sweet. To keep a slender figure no one can deny. The shadow which pursues us all. And you have this image of, a young woman staring off into the distance, while a shadow of a fatter version of her looms in the background. This thing that you definitely want to avoid. When tempted, reach for a lucky instead. Is this you 5 years from now? When tempted to overindulge, reach for a lucky instead. And then, again, this same iteration. If you smoke, you'll be slim. If you're slim, you'll be healthy. If you're healthy, you won't be fat. And for the most part, that was decently effective. In fact, when he started adopting this campaign, sales of this cigarette rose by 200%. However, he wasn't satisfied. He needed more. He wanted more. He wanted this to become not just something that women would buy if, they were sort of poked into doing so by an ad campaign, but something that would be seen as fashionable. Because when you are advertising a product, the holy grail of attitudes that you want to be able to implant in the minds of your potential consumers is the idea that if they buy your product, it is fashionable, because then you turn your product into a contagion, because everyone wants to be seen as fashionable. Everyone wants the approval of the average everyday person who's standing next to them on the street, sitting next to them on the bus, just watching them walk by as they go to work, whatever. The idea of something being fashionable is when your product is seen as fashionable, it has reached its apotheosis, because people will buy it just because other people are buying it. And no matter how much Hill tried to sell Lucky cigarettes off of the basis of, it'll keep you slim, it'll keep you slender, that wasn't a substitute for undoing the stigma. And that was what Edward Bernays was enlisted to do. To break the stigma. And holy shit, did he break the stigma. And when I talk about propaganda and marketing being relatives of one another, this ad campaign, or I suppose this PR campaign for cigarettes is probably a more accurate way of describing it, is one of the reasons why, one of the key case studies as to why I have that belief as someone who has studied media as a discipline. 1929. People were starting to go on, well, not starting, but the frequency with which women were starting to march, parade, in the name of fighting against inequality was starting to rise exponentially. There was one Easter parade in New York City during this time period, the Easter Parade, where, in particular, there were going to be a lot of women in attendance. It was going to be a very highly publicized event where all the women were marching in the name of equality. And what Bernays did was he instructed Hill to pay a bunch of young women, fashionable young women, in this parade to start smoking when the cameras came out. And when those cameras came out, snapped up pictures of these young women smoking. These young women having their arms hooked around, the men that were marching in tandem with them. The name of fighting against inequality. All of them smoking. He coined the phrase, torches of freedom. Exactly, Sumanai. The cigarettes went from just being a product to becoming symbols that had essentially been infused with this nebulous idea that a historic oppression was being undone, and injustice was being fought, that now, just as we were finding equality, freedom, real social progress, it was done accompanying, or being accompanied by, these little torches, these cigarettes. Yeah, literal paid actors. That is exactly what this was. Sorry, give me a second. Good night, Gabriel. Hope you have a nice rest. Sorry, my throat's a little bit rough today. I don't know why. But this single campaign, of course there were other things as well, but this single campaign all but destroyed the stigma, or this was the beginnings of the slow death of the stigma that society held against women smoking. Because as the women's suffrage movement gained steam, as the idea of equality between men and women gained steam in society, so too did throats rough Abba Salem. It's cooling and non-irritating. Nice to see that the information has gotten through. But yeah, so as this idea became more popular in society, so too did the popularity of cigarettes, and especially cigarettes among women, start gaining steam as well. It's no longer taboo. It is actually, Reindeer, on the contrary, it is very intentional rebellion. It was seen, cigarettes were seen as a symbol of freedom, of equality, of progressive thinking, being a revolutionary, undoing the historic wrongs, the restrictions of the past. And this shattering of the social stigma gave rise to a whole new wave of possible cigarette campaigns, not just aimed at white male Americans, not just aimed at black male Americans, but aimed at women too. You have the advertising campaign adopted by Kim Cigarette. Now you had all of these different flavors of advertising, these different themes, different concepts that were present in cigarette campaigns aimed at women. You had Ladies First, an ad campaign that revolved around showing women who smoked as being these beacons of sex appeal. You'll have men flocking around you, asking for your favor, fighting for the privilege of giving you a light. Virginia Slims BU, depicting a woman in the middle of a sparring match, basically again doubling down on that idea that women could now do the same things that men were capable of doing. You could be a fighter, you could be an athlete, etc., etc., etc. You had New Price 220 Capri cigarettes, and this brand revolved around, the ad campaigns for this brand revolved around showing women in the workplace this idea that if you smoke, that is yet again another sign of you being equal in the world of men, integrated into the workplace, working your way up the corporate ladder, etc., etc. Ambition, success, all of these things. And all of these ideas were infused into these ad campaigns. The right to a Japanese, the left is Hungarian, I believe. Smoke for success, exactly, Carlos. That is precisely the implication that these ads tried to convey to their audience. And so, when you examine the idea of how products are sold, the reason why I focus on cigarettes so much is because cigarettes, the way that they were sold, represents just how far you can take the idea, the practice, the challenge of selling a completely counterintuitive product. Because no one cares if it doesn't make sense that you smoking through a tube that contains tar and a bunch of other chemicals doesn't, no one considers the fact that, it doesn't make sense for you smoking that to actually make you healthier or make you prettier or make you sexier. It doesn't matter because the advertising tells you that that's not the case. The advertising tells you to overlook those undesirable, inconvenient aspects of the product. However, what's more, if you're interested in looking at these topics a bit further, there are 2 papers from which I extracted a lot of this information. Both of them can be found on tobacco control. The first is a cover essay called From Social Taboo to Torch of Freedom, the Marketing of Cigarettes to Women. The second is called Publication, Recruiting Women Smokers, the Engineering of Consent. However, in the first paper, this is the one that documented how Edward Bernays got involved in the marketing of cigarettes in order to encourage their uptake amongst women in American society. And there is a quote by Edward Bernays. So essentially, after he had launched this entire campaign aimed at dismantling the stigma around women smoking in this time period, an interviewer approached him and asked about how he felt, what he was thinking after this campaign had come to such success. And in response to this question, Bernays said, "Age-old customs, I learned, could be broken down by a dramatic appeal, disseminated by the network of the media." And essentially what he was saying is this entire experiment, essentially, this social experiment on trying to dismantle the stigma surrounding smoking amongst women. He was basically saying that this social experiment, performing this social experiment, made him realize just how easy it is to take the things that we regard as custom, tradition, common sense in the past, and essentially just break it all down using dramatic appeals and, well, getting it as far and wide, getting the message as far and wide as possible. Bernays likes social experiments? Well, you'd expect no less of the father of propaganda. And so, one of the most, I suppose, the most interesting parts of this entire article and the way that it recounts the way that women were essentially goaded into smoking just as much as men were in this time period is the idea of how the main thing standing in the way was, well, tradition, custom, stigmas that existed from a time before. And so the question then becomes, why is it such a powerful marketing tool? Why is it such an appealing idea to break down, as Bernays calls them, age-old customs? Why is it that upsetting the order, the pre-established order of things, is such an attractive idea, especially in the realm of marketing? And to answer that question, one of the ways that you can conceive this whole exercise in branding as a communicative process is you can conceptualize the whole process of branding as a sort of semiotic bridge building, where on one side you have your consumer, right? You have your audience, you have your public, whoever it is you are aiming your message to, aiming your message at, I should say. And essentially, what you are supposed to do is present your product as a kind of bridge. A bridge that, should they cross it, would allow them to be able to access all of these desirable traits and associations that they could then integrate into their own identity. And the thing is, when it comes to, let's apply this to what we just talked about with smoking. Right? When you look at the way that these ad campaigns presented cigarettes, essentially what they did was they presented cigarettes as a bridge to attaining all of these other nebulous things, right? health and fitness, style and sex appeal, status and standing in society. And when you look at it like this, again, it seems like a pretty self-contained little analogy, right? You are a company, you present these, these things that your consumer probably wants to obtain: health, style, status, and you present your product, whatever it is you're selling, as a bridge that they can use to achieve those things, should they just buy it. However, this is also predicated on two basic premises. Humanity is obsessed with the future. Sometimes we change things just for the sake of it, even if the new thing is worse. Yeah, undeniably so. Oh, Umbro, welcome to the stream. Essentially, this idea of using your product as a bridge between the consumer and a bunch of things that they want is predicated on two basic premises. The first premise is that the connection is solid. You promise that the bridge won't collapse, right? You have to convey to your consumer that the product is consistent, that the associations you are drawing with it have merit, that if you are going to try and associate your product with something, you're not just doing it because you feel like it or because, it's just something you've arbitrarily decided on. You have to be able to prove that the associations have merit. And should that product start to fail in consistency, should those associations, the merit of those associations, be called into question, that bridge becomes a lot more flimsy, a lot less appealing to cross. However, the second premise, and perhaps the more obvious one, is the destination has to be desirable in the first place. There's no point building a bridge if the destination that it brings the pedestrian to is not somewhere they'd actually want to go. It sounds obvious. No shit, Sherlock. Bridges don't go nowhere, but at the end of the day, this is still a basic part of what makes this whole process of advertising work. In other words, the product's functions and associations are actually things that you'd want as a buyer. And here's the thing about that premise, right? The premise that the destination has to be desirable. The thing that they are attempting to reach, the thing that you are presenting your product as a pathway to actually has to be appealing, right? When the destination in question is something like health or social status, the appeal is pretty self-explanatory. You don't have to think too hard about trying to sell that to somebody, because health makes you live longer. Nobody wants to die, right? Or at least not by default. And when it comes to social status, again, that tends to be pretty self-explanatory, because we are, as human beings, social creatures. And as a result, anything that makes us appear elevated in the eyes of our peers is going to be something that is instinctively appealing to us. But there are certain concepts that are perhaps a little bit more nebulous than others. One of those is, for example, novelty. Right? One of the most nebulous, but also weirdly most appealing things, intangible concepts that you can sell to people is the idea of novelty, of breaking new ground, accomplishing something that has not been done before, doing things just to set yourself apart from the predecessors that came before you throughout history. Novelty is one of the most difficult to define, but also strongest, most attractive qualities that products throughout time have tried to sell to their audiences. And the thing about novelty is that a very, very easy way of essentially presenting your product as a bridge to it is to establish a fundamental assumption in the mind of your audience that things are not the way that they should be, that all their life they have existed in an environment that is simply made wrong, that the systems that surround them exist just to restrict them and nothing else, and therefore, should they break some of those conventions, should they break from some of those traditions, some of those customs, they will finally be able to achieve that precious novelty. This quality, this existential blessing of being original, wholly in both senses of the word. And the reason why I go on and on about this is when it comes to selling these various different concepts, selling these various different ideas, one of the ways that you can, I suppose, visualize them, visualize the ease at which you can sell them, the ease at which you can weaponize them as part of a marketing campaign, is linked to something called Maslow's hierarchy. And this is something that I suspect a lot of you guys will have encountered at least some point before. This gets referenced to death everywhere where you study any form of literature or social science. Essentially, Maslow's hierarchy is a pyramid of needs that every human being possesses. And the lower on the pyramid the needs are, the more basic they are to just survival. Simply being able to breathe and function as a living organism. However, the higher you go, the more intangible, the more cerebral, and therefore the more existentially difficult the needs become to fulfill, right? You go from physiological needs like, food, water, shelter, right? All of these basic things that you need in order to just survive, all the way up to safety, a feeling of security, of being able to own things that you can call yours, being able to possess things. Then social, having your need for respect, acknowledgement, feeling like you are surrounded by loving family and friends. Then, a step above that, esteem, a feeling that you are confident in who you are, that you feel secure not just in your ability to hold on to physical property, but you feel secure in what and who you are. And then right at the top, you have self-actualization, you becoming the ultimate version of yourself, you achieving your maximum potential as not just a living organism, but a human being. And something you might realize is, if you are marketing something, it is very, very easy to sell something that is closer to the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy. It's not too difficult to sell food or drink. It's difficult in the sense that there are a lot of other people selling the same thing as you, and therefore you might need to put a bit more brain power into how to differentiate yourself, but although that usually boils down to trying to advertise your thing as, your product as being cheaper or better value or whatever. But you don't need to get too inventive with that. However, the higher up you go in the hierarchy, the more intangible, the more nebulous these concepts become. How do you sell esteem? How do you sell self-esteem to a consumer? And the way that you can conceptualize this working from a marketing perspective, how these different tiers of Maslow's hierarchy interact with the whole practice of marketing is, well, you can look at the width of the pyramid, the x-axis, as the demographic size. Essentially, the more basic a need is, the larger the group of consumers you would be able to reach if you were to try to sell that good. For example, like I said before, food is universally desirable a product. Everyone needs to eat. Therefore, when it comes to selling physiological goods, or goods that satisfy physiological needs, you are going to be fine because you have a massive demographic. However, when it comes to things like self-actualization, esteem, or even social fulfillment, this is where things become a little bit more complicated. Because since these ideas are so nebulous, and since these ideas are so personal to the individual human being based off of their experiences, again, your experiences shape your perspective in a way that is fundamentally and more likely than not irreconcilably different from mine. So your job as a marketer is made more difficult. Your audience has been shrunk because not only do you have to figure out how to sell this nebulous idea, you have to settle on a definition and target a group of possible buyers that will likely share that same definition of this nebulous concept. And so, the higher up you go, the more complex the need that you are trying to fulfill, the narrower your demographics tend to be. The more specific you're going to have to get if you want to be able to form that connection with your audience. And on the y-axis, along the height of the pyramid, you have the complexity of the sales pitch. Now, what tends to happen is, again, like I said, because everyone needs the objects, the items, the things, the products that you sell that satisfy physiological needs, you don't need to make your sales pitch too complex, right? It basically boils down to you telling your consumer, you need this, right? It is essential for your function. It is a utility-based appeal to the buyer. However, when you start to go up on the pyramid, what essentially happens is it starts to get a little bit more complex because you can't just settle for saying, oh, you need this, and then they will automatically, by virtue of the fact that they are alive and presumably want to keep themselves alive, they will agree with you. No, it becomes a little bit more difficult because when you go up, you start having to command your buyer by telling them that they want something. What you are selling is now based on fulfillment and based on their individual identities, rather than this universal need that all human beings have. And fulfillment is a hell of a lot more difficult to nail in terms of selling something, marketing something, than function. Now, thing is, when it comes to corporations, their ability to appeal to their audience is usually defined by how high up on this scale they are able to get. How complex are they capable of making their sales pitches? How much can they sell their product beyond just, this is something that satisfies your basic needs? Because there are a lot of companies, a lot of products that offer to sell, to satisfy a consumer's basic needs. Shelter, food, water, all of that is very much a saturated market. However, the way that corporations start breaking up into the higher tiers is by trying to sell something that is a little bit more fulfilling, a little bit more important, spiritually speaking, existentially speaking, than just making sure you don't starve or you starve to death or die of dehydration. I was a partner with a company that makes PPE, mermaid-themed PPE for warehouses, construction workers. That would be kind of baller. And so, the way that a company ends up succeeding over its competitors, differentiating itself from its competitors, again, this idea of separating yourself, not just identifying yourself, but differentiating yourself from the competition, is they have to try and break up into the higher tiers. They have to figure out some way of promising their consumer that this is not just that what they're selling is not just a thing that they add into their lives, but an experience, something that elevates their existence in some way. It's the difference between having a vacuum cleaner and owning a Dyson, buying lunch versus getting a Happy Meal. It's the difference between shopping for groceries and going to Walmart. You get the idea. And so, usually what ends up happening is companies vie with one another in order to amp up their messaging to the point where they are now selling these nebulous concepts of safety, security, these concepts that make you socially desirable in the eyes of other human beings, right? Like I said before, you have sex appeal, you have ruggedness, you have adventurousness, etc., etc. All of these qualities that make people interested in other people. However, for most corporations, this is about where they cap out, the social tier of Maslow's hierarchy. generally speaking, for most corporations, it becomes very, very difficult for them to be able to break out of that, break above that, because products that you buy can only take you so far on the journey towards self-actualization. However, there is a way that companies can try to break that ceiling. And an easy way for them to do that is to start appealing towards this idea of novelty. Because novelty gives the individual, even if it doesn't actually satisfy your need for self-esteem, your need for self-actualization, it can simulate it to a point where it becomes very easy for an individual person to dupe themselves into believing that they are actually achieving those things. In other words, if you believe that what you are buying is novelty, if you believe that what you are doing in purchasing this thing, using this thing that you just bought, is novel, makes you novel as a person, suddenly you can have confidence in the idea that you are doing something that has never been done before. You are breaking new ground, crossing new realms that your ancestors never dreamed of, never tread upon. And as a result, you can then, essentially, insofar as a consumer is able to, you can reach this simulation of self-actualization. This idea that you become this ultimate version of yourself by participating in a movement to upend the restrictions, the traditions, the customs, the dusty old the dusty old ways of the world that existed before your time. And so, for this exact reason, companies that usually aren't able to break their product above a social level when it comes to appealing to a possible audience, right? Basically, hinging the appeal of your product on other people respecting you for owning that product, or other people looking upon you favorably for owning that product. Companies then switch to emphasizing how their product breaks new ground, has novelty that can be inherited by the consumer if only they participate in that one act of social revolution that is buying your novelty encased in a product. And that is why I emphasize that quote from Bernays, that age-old customs can be broken down by a dramatic appeal. Because fundamentally, a sales pitch that hinges on novelty, this idea of breaking new ground, going where no one has ever dared to go before, that is, by design, a dramatic appeal. And that is a dramatic appeal that is designed to give its consumer, its audience, whatever you want to call it, its follower even, the impression that they are breaking away from age-old customs that restrict the way that things were, that restricted them throughout their entire life, that kept them down, that limited what they could do. And by breaking down these customs through these dramatic appeals, by adhering to these dramatic appeals, what ends up happening is you have the perfect product to position both yourself as a brand and your consumer as these sort of progressive counter-cultural forces for change, for revolution. And the idea of revolution is something that has always been appealing to people. Breaking new ground, inventing new things, coming up with new things, doing new things. All of this is a part of, well, all of this has been a part of advertising campaigns since time immemorial. If you use novelty too much, don't you lose your original product? It's foreshadowing. Because yes, it is possible to do that. We'll get to that in a second. However, again, whole point of this is showing you if something as extreme as smoking, right, something which we are aware has a whole bevy of negative health effects, can be through this whole process of breaking down, tradition, custom, old beliefs, using dramatic appeals. If something like that can be turned on its head to not just being an icon of health consciousness, but an icon of freedom and liberation, because that's exactly what was happening when women were taught to smoke, right? They smoked these cigarettes believing that now, since they had the freedom to do what they want in society, naturally the conclusion must be to start gulping down this toxic smoke. This was an item, whether your product makes sense or not is completely irrelevant, because all that matters is the way that you market it. The brand is everything when it comes to marketing your product. And that was an example of a product that was a tangible object, something that you actually had to hold in your hand after you bought it, something that you could feel on your lips, feel in your lungs. And yet, that is not the kind of thing where this method of marketing is most effective. Because imagine all of this mind fuckery, but amplified because the product that you are selling is also cerebral in nature. Imagine if you were not selling a little tube full of cancer, but you were selling a cure to loneliness, a feeling of companionship, happiness, sentimentality, whimsy, something that gave you escapes on nights when you are tired from work and you just want to forget that the world outside your door exists. Because that is exactly what entertainment companies sell. That is exactly what VTuber companies sell. That is exactly what anime girls on the internet are. And that brings us to applying the exact same principles, the exact same methods of analysis, of dissecting a brand and dissecting a method of marketing when it comes to VShojo. Again, when we're looking at VShojo as a brand, as with any other brand, you divide it up into two parts. Identification, what are we, what do we do, versus differentiation, what we are not, / what don't we do. And when you break up VShojo in this manner, naturally we start with identification. What is a VShojo? And to start answering that question, naturally we default to how VShojo presents itself. And when it comes to the way that a company presents itself, naturally you look at their marketing, at their ad campaigns. And when it comes to ad campaigns, we must go back to November 25th, 2020, when an account was made on Twitter under the username VShojo, and they would make the following post containing a debut trailer titled "We Are VShojo." Let me switch off the music. Alright, I'm gonna watch through this. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna play a little bit of it. Let me know how the audio has been. That is a little loud. How are you guys finding it? Unfortunately, it appears to have frozen my browser. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see if I can turn the sound down a little bit. Is that alright for you guys? A dark day for VTubing. Yeah, that was loud? Alright, I'll turn it down to like 40. Maybe. My ears? I'm sorry, Xanthropy. I'll turn it down to 30. How about that? Let's cross our fingers and hope it's not that bad anymore. It's still kind of loud for me, but is it alright for you guys? I'm partially deaf, so it's okay. I see. Can you narrate the captions in the voice? Unfortunately, you don't have captions for this. Well, kind of, but Better? Scuffling? Alright, not bad. Alright, I'll just let it play then. It keeps freezing on me. Sorry. Apologies. You see every VTuber company and their dog and mother use. Chair needs to buy more internet. Unfortunately, I live in Australia. I don't think that is possible in this slum. A brand new chapter in virtual entertainment. I swear that exact phrase has been used by at least 3 different companies since this. Alright, but to break this down, essentially when you look at what it is pitching to its audience, right? Remember, this is the first contact that VShojo is establishing with the possible demographic, the possible audience for this new VTuber company. What is it selling? Well, VTubers, no shit, Sherlock. But the associations that it ends up pitching to its audience are what's more important. Again, kind of generic, but there's something, right? So, brand new stage, that's just buzzwords. However, this is where they start telling you what you're going to get from this. Bringing you cute, bringing you cool, bringing you whatever the fuck that is. Hold on. Bringing you epilepsy, whatever. Hold on, let me just rewind until I find the 3rd adjective, because I swear there were 3. Never mind, there really were just 2 and then epilepsy. Alright, so you have those 2 adjectives, cool, cute, that kind of that kind of dichotomy between the two, offering to cover a range of different qualities among the VTubers that they offer for entertainment purposes. Then you have the most funny, the most exciting, the most entertaining VTubers. Again, this is what they are selling, right? This is their sales pitch. This is what you're going to get as a consumer if you choose to watch our VTubers. Interestingly, if you take a look at the way that VShojo's marketing has evolved. Actually, any brand, when you're looking at the identification stage of the product, in this particular case, because they are selling you on the basis of the qualities that their entertainers possess, this comes across a lot more like selling a purchase on the basis of what you get, rather than some sort of identity trait that the viewer ends up adopting for themselves. When this ad tells you that you are going to be getting the most exciting, most funny, most entertaining VTubers, when it tells you that you are going to receive, bringing you, cool and cute, it doesn't mean that, well, it's not presenting it as if these are traits that you as a viewer should aspire to, but more promising you that if you tune in, this is the kind of stuff you are going to get. Again, at this particular point in time, the way that VShojo was pitching itself to its audience was basically revolved around, here's a product, here is something you can consume, this is what's inside. This is, open up the cookie tin, this is what you'll find. And, well, let me just, give me a second. All right. So, this was a lot of people's first impression of what VShojo, the VTuber company, actually looked like. And if you go into the quote tweets, you'll see that this was being signal boosted by a lot of the other people who were involved in this project. You have, of course, Gunrun, quote tweeting it saying, "Really happy to share our launch video. This amazing work by my fellow VShojo co-founder, Mountain Dew." And then Mountain Dew himself coming in to say, "It's been a wild couple months, but I'm happy to announce, co-founded along with Gunrun, VShojo." And then, of course, you had quote tweets from each of the talents, minus Vibe. I don't know if she made a tweet, I just didn't find it. Fruit, I am so excited to announce that I'm a VShojo girl. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a part of such an amazing group of the most spectacular people I've ever met. I look forward to an exciting future with VShojo, but most importantly, give me your souls. Project Melody. So, damn. Hyped to finally announce what the frick I've been so distracted with the past few months. What has Melly been doing behind the scenes? You all pondered loudly. Often, I've been putting this together. TY. Where's Doritos? I've been putting this together. Thank you to my friends who agreed to join me in this madness. Iron Mouse, surprise! It's time for a new chapter in our life to begin. I'm proud to announce that I'm now a member of VShojo, a group of the most amazing VTubers I have ever met. I can't wait for all the fun to begin. Thank you for all your support and love. I love you guys. Nyanners, I can finally tell everyone about this exciting new chapter of my life. I'm so happy to announce that I'm part of VShojo along with so many amazing VTubers. Thank you everyone, and I can't wait to go on this journey with you all. It's gonna be so fun. Let's freaking go! Silvervale. Surprise! It's an honor to be on this adventure with the most wonderful VTubers I've ever met. I love these girls with all my heart, and I can't wait to see what exciting things the future holds for us. Let's take over the world! Welcome to VShojo. Zentreya. Thank you for inviting me to join this amazing team. This is absolutely such an insane moment. VShojo, huh? I am excited to see what this future holds, and together, me and my friends will rock this world. Baby. Fire emoji. And as you can probably imagine, these quote tweets did a lot in order to spread news of this new corpo on the block far and wide. However, these were not the only tools that the new VShojo company had in its arsenal in order to get its name out there into the world, because the day prior, you would also see a whole bunch of different news articles by a bunch of various different media outlets, most of whom are probably adjacent to normie news, talking about this story, the story of VShojo's launch as well. Niche Gamer, The Outer Haven, Anime Corner, and Hollywood Reporter. And when you looked at these articles, you start to realize that some of them have some recurring talking points. Perhaps almost as if, and this is, I no doubt this was the case, from a primer, a backgrounder, a media, a press release that was sent to them by VShojo, a descriptor of what VShojo is and how it should be conceived by the reader and, by extension, the public. Take, for example, Niche Gamer and The Outer Haven. Niche Gamer's article titled, New Western VTuber Brand VShojo Launches Starring Project Melody. A new VTuber brand called VShojo, featuring the talents of Project Melody, Nyanners, and more, has officially launched. The new group was announced on Project Melody's official Twitter account, giving a spotlight to the group's own social media. VShojo calls itself a talent-first VTuber company dedicated to the growth and success of its members. You can find the debut trailer for VShojo titled We Are VShojo below. VShojo was founded by CEO Justin the Gunrun Ignacio, who was part of Twitch's founding team and featured in Forbes 30 Under 30 back in 2014, and CTO Philip Mountain Dew Fortunat, who is a game artist, video editor, and YouTube content creator. Fairly certain, right? Fairly straightforward. Then you have The Outer Haven. VShojo enters the VTuber world as the next Western VTuber agency, co-founded by one of the original Twitch's founders, Justin the Gunrun Ignacio and Philip Mountain Dew Fortunat, a popular YouTuber who will have an extensive history of 3D modern graphics, who will serve as Chief Technology Officer. The mission statement for VShojo is that it is a talent-first company that is dedicated to the growth and success of its members. They want to bridge and push the boundaries of VTubing and foster content while maintaining the respect of the people and companies that have helped. So, when you look at these two articles, there's one line in particular, or one series of lines, that stands out as rather repetitive. In short, when you look at both of these ads, they combine the various elements that VShojo attempts to use to build the foundations of its identification as a brand. You have this idea that it is a talent-first VTubing company. Again, word for word on both of these articles. Giving spotlight to groups on social media, VShojo calls itself a talent-first VTuber company. The mission statement for VShojo is that it is a talent-first company, then dedicated to the growth and success of its members. Again, same thing exactly. Dedicated to the growth and success of its members. Dedicated to the growth and success of its members. Exact same thing, basically copy-pasted. Then finally, success of its members, right? Groups own social media. VShojo calls itself a talent-first VTuber company dedicated to the growth and success of its members. Then, this idea, and dedicated to the growth and success of its members, even in the Outer Haven article. Again, word for word, the exact same text. I find it hard to believe that these both didn't come from the same set of media releases that were sent out to both publications. However, when you look at how these two translations match up against one another, you may realize that of these three traits, not all of them are made equal. If you're looking for identification, dedicated to growth and success of its members is not really an identity trait. It is a basic component of your company surviving. This is not called an expression of dedication. It is a no-shit Sherlock moment to rival that of paying your talents. If you don't have a dedication to the growth and success of your members, you're not going to have a VTuber corpo. That's pretty self-explanatory. And then, of course, you have talent-first VTuber company, you have Twitch founder CEO. Again, not exactly the clearest ideas as to what the central game plan or what the identity of this company is supposed to be, but it is enough to be some sort of identity trait. Same thing goes for Twitch founder CEO. Part of the appeal of VShojo is the fact that if you join it, you get a line through to connections within Twitch. Hence, if you are a Twitch streamer, that seems incredibly advantageous. However, that wasn't the only article talking about all of these things. For example, the article in The Hollywood Reporter that states, quote, "Talent agency launches with focus on VTubing." Talent agency VShojo announced its launch Tuesday with an intention to keep focus on representing content creators who use animated avatars as their public personas on live streaming and video platforms known as VTubers. Now, if we wrote a sentence that long in journalism school, we'd get shot. And more importantly than not, when the writer says content creators who use animated avatars as their public personas, way to make it more complicated, just say virtual YouTuber or VTuber. But in any case, talent agency VShojo announced its launch on Tuesday with an intent to focus on representing content creators who use animated avatars as their private personas on live streaming and video platforms, known as VTubers. The company is co-founded by CEO Justin the Gunrun Ignacio, a streamer known in the competitive gaming industry, whose background also includes working at Twitch, and Philip Mountain Dew Fortunat will serve as CEO and Chief Technology Officer respectively. VTubing experienced a massive upswing this year as more creators and viewers embraced avatar-rooted entertainers, Ignacio said in a statement. With the VTuber medium exploding and it was the perfect time to launch VShojo as a conduit between both parties. Now, if brands were to enter the VTuber space and tap into the top talent, we've streamlined the process for everyone. Sorry, give me a second. VShojo's roster, which will focus on the growth and development of its talents, there's that phrase again, will include VTubers Natasha Nyanners, Project Melody, Silvervale, Hajime, Fruit, Zentreya, and Iron Mouse, all of whom are active on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. VTubing originated in Japan with digital personalities such as Kizuna Ai and is becoming known worldwide through YouTube and social media. Content creator Pokimane is among those in the US who have practiced VTubing. You know this person's not a tourist when they use the word practiced in front of VTubing. Looking ahead, VShojo aims to raise the profile of English-speaker VTubers while providing them with equal opportunities to expand their horizons. And here you have a perfect example of how this kind of expands upon that prior identification a little. Instead of just this, the repeated, we'll focus on growth and success, is talent first, etc., etc. They still do mention the fact that Gunrun is a founder of Twitch, and possesses frequent brand connections. However, they still opt for, instead of simply capping it off there, they instead opt for more visibility for EN-VTubers being an added goal, right? VShojo is aiming to be a representative of all of EN-VTubing and all of EN-VTubers, and as a result, this is where they aim to derive at least part of their unique appeal. This is a core part of their identification, at least insofar as this article goes. However, in spite of the fact that this article is a little bit more detailed with what VShojo is actively trying to be, what its process of brand identification consists of, this is not the most detailed article when it comes to articulating what VShojo actually does. Pokimane using an avatar was a pretty big deal when it happened. A lot of people were pretty mad about it, even though she never did it again. Yeah. And I mean, I can understand why people would be mad at it, even if I wouldn't be myself, because, well, fuck off tourist. But at the same time, compared to other flesh streamers that have donned the mask, I don't think Pokimane is really that influential. However, to move on, same day, they published Anime Corner, written by VTuber News Drop's Jay Aganoy, also put out the following article. Quote, US-based VShojo VTuber group debuts. The VTuber community saw the rise of VShojo, an agency for virtual stars based in the US, last November 2024. VShojo prides itself as a talent-first VTuber company dedicated to the growth and success of its members. Ah, yes, nice to see that he has also received the same letter in the mail. However, the article then goes on to record an interview between the people at Anime Corner and the and VShojo's very own Gunrun Ignacio. Quote, VShojo is a bridge between VTubers and brands. VShojo's role is to be a bridge between its VTubers and brands. It will provide talent sponsorship opportunities, technical and legal/public relations support, as well as giving them expand their reach through social media and merchandise assistance and more, all while giving them complete freedom. There it is. Talent freedom, my beloved. To know more about VShojo, we got in touch with the Chief Executive Officer, Justin Gunrun Ignacio, who is also part of Twitch's founding team prior to building VAllure together with its Chief Technology Officer, Philip Mountain Dew Fortunat, for a quick Q&A. Anime Corner asks, you've mentioned in your interview with The Hollywood Reporter that you've streamed the process for VTubers and brands. Sorry, give me a second. Goodness. All right. Once it became clear that VTubers were not getting the same opportunities, I think I skipped something. Also, prior to building VShojo, most of your talents are independent. How easy/hard was it to get them in the field? Ignacio, I have been connecting with the live streaming community since I worked on the launch of Twitch in 2011. And during this time, I have been both a technical and marketing resource to many content creators, including VTubers and their VTubing friends. Once it became clear that VTubers were not getting the same opportunities as traditional live streamers, it often attracted larger audiences if inspired us to launch VShojo. In addition to already being friends with many of our roster, we worked closely with them to ensure our business model was aligned with their goals and experiences. AC, Anime Corner says, can you let us in the group meeting plans, if any? And then Ignacio says, our immediate plans are to start connecting with brands in order to educate them on the industry and line up sponsorships and other activations. We're also looking into how we can push the VTuber collaboration content forward with our low latency HD streaming tech. And so, with this interview, we finally have a set of answers to the question of what does VShojo actually do, at least according to a representative of VShojo. According to Ignacio, VShojo provides sponsorship opportunities, protects the jungler, I should say, provides tech support, I should say, and provides PR support. Basically, they work behind the scenes to make sure that when a talent is in the business of, making their content, they are... Sorry, give me a second. Imperfect metaphor, because tech support is usually useful when they hop in. However, point remains, comparison holds up. They are the tech support. Basically, they hop in to make sure the talent stream is going well, etc., etc. PR support, as interesting as that particular premise has aged, given how things have panned out over the years. They provide merchandising assistance, making sure that towns are actually able to produce and get the merch out to their audience. And finally, complete freedom, the ever-present VShojo branded promise to their talents. And so, with all of this now outlined, we can start to isolate exactly what the VShojo brand is, because we now have a half of it essentially laid out in front of us. The identification portion, what they are and what they do. They provide Twitch connections, a la Gunrun and his legacy as a founding member of Twitch. They increase visibility, not just for their own VTubers, but by implication for all English-speaking VTubers. They provide sponsorship opportunities to their talents. They provide tech support. They provide PR. They provide merchandise assistance, and finally, but most importantly, they provide complete freedom. However, this on its own is not enough to isolate the entirety, to dissect the entirety of the VShojo brand, because this is just identification. This is just one half of the whole. If you were to only look at this, you still wouldn't be able to articulate what is VShojo. They call themselves a talent-first VTuber company, but what does that actually mean? What essentially I'm getting at here is, if you just look at the identification, again, as we've talked about before, that's not quite a brand yet. However, on the topic of VTuber company brands, something interesting to note is a lot of VShojo's competitors have a very, very clear brand identity, regardless of how they go about conducting business. Let's take, for example, these four. If you were to ask someone, what is Face Connect, or what is Brave Group, or what is HoloLive, or what is VAllure, in each of these cases, you would probably be able to get a pretty distinct answer, especially from a viewer or a fan. For example, if you were to ask someone, what is Face Connect, you will probably get, it is the Sad Girl Company. If you were to ask someone, what is Brave Group, you will probably get the response, it is the holding company. If you were to ask someone, what is HoloLive, you would say, it is the virtual idol company. If you were to ask, what is VAllure, you'd get, it is the whore affectionate company. But when you ask, what is VShojo, something interesting tends to happen. Depending on who you ask and when you ask, you will get an array of different responses. And these responses may range from a merch company to a talent agency to a friend group to a tech startup. However, when you're looking at VShojo from the perspective of a brand, there is a problem with this. Because in spite of the fact that all of these are at least to some extent true, at least to some extent accurate when describing, parts of the brand, this is not a brand. None of these are brands. These are functions. These are things that VShojo does, but it doesn't tell you what VShojo is per se. In order to be able to get a complete picture of a brand, in order to get a complete brand in the first place, you're going to have to look not only at what VShojo does, but how it differentiates itself from its competitors. And at least in 2020, when VShojo first launched, there wasn't too much that would clearly separate VShojo from its competitors, besides the way that it would try to market itself and advocate for itself as the talent-first agency, as if, whatever that means, as if every other agency isn't also, talent-first in the sense that it revolves around talents, it necessitates having talents. However, come 2022, VShojo would be presented with an opportunity to further clarify what its brand is by finally setting up that element of differentiation. As outlined in this article dated July 22nd of 2022 by Dexerto, where essentially they would go through an interview with Gunrun where he would explain how this new gen, these two new hires, Kason and Nazuna, would finally help VShojo, to quote the article, break down barriers in VTubing, to go where no VTubing company has ever dared to go before. What has VShojo made? Initially, I remember them saying that they pioneered a streaming backpack, so a portable streaming setup. But aside from that, I'm not familiar with any of their innovations or inventions or technology. To quote the article, VShojo has made its first big expansion in 2 years, bridging into the spiritual home of VTubing, Japan. With Kason and Amamiya Nazuna, It's more than just two new talents to CEO Justin the Gunrun Ignacio, with the aim to quote-unquote break down barriers across the fandom. Among all the top VTuber agencies, VShojo has been an anomaly. The company hasn't opted to expand with new waves every few months, rather focusing on a talent-first approach to enable a small group of creators at a bigger level. Our partnering with Japanese-speaking VTubers reflects our core value of talent first. Talent deserves freedom of expression, regardless of borders, which is what we offer all our creators, end quote. The talent-first approach might seem like a buzzword. Upon hearing it, you'd think every VTuber agency is about the talent, those who bolster the brand to make it what it is. VShojo puts the philosophy to action to an unseen degree, though. There's big things, like giving talents creative control, which ended up being a big reason why Kason decided to hop on board, despite an insistence to remain independent. The small stuff matters too. Even just simple things, like foregoing generations, have special meaning. That's not to say the rest of the industry is wrong for going in different directions, but there's a noted difference between the approach VShojo takes versus others. By the way, this sentence is very stereotypical of journalists looking to fill out a word count, because that sentence literally says nothing. It's basically, oh, there's nothing wrong with the way that the rest of the industry does things, but VShojo is very different from the rest of the industry. Well, no shit, Sherlock. By expanding VShojo through signing Kason and Nazuna, we are staying true to our company philosophy of focusing on talent first, by building and growing each individual instead of launching multiple generations. Kason and Nazuna are now part of the same generation as the rest of VShojo. We will continue to support as we onboard new talent. And just like this, VShojo had found the main thing that it was going to use to differentiate itself. With the acquisition of Kason and Nazuna, two poachers from a rival company, a company that was, at this point in time, and still is, an archetypical example of what the success that can be achieved by a traditionally structured VTubing company. This was a thumbing of the nose at the rival, at the competitor, that VShojo could finally use as a way of saying, look, that is what we are not. And this is where they doubled down on the whole talent freedom campaign in Shibuya, and thus the VShojo brand proper was born. Because now, no longer do we just have identification, now we have differentiation as well. So, what is VShojo? It is a talent-first VTuber company, the talent freedom company. What does it do? What does it look like? Well, they provide Twitch connections, they increase visibility, they provide sponsorship opportunities, they provide tech support, PR support, merchandising assistance. But how do they differentiate themselves? What are they not? What don't they do? Well, they don't do content permission. They don't do social media oversight. Freedom of expression, remember? They don't do collab restrictions. You are free to associate with whoever you want, whenever you want. They don't do generations. After all, they're all about talent first, individuals above groups. And finally, they don't do company IP ownership. These do's and don'ts form the basic foundations of the VShojo brand. This is, for all intents and purposes, what they are as a company, what their identity is as a company. When you're not looking at the elements of VShojo's brand image that are directly poached from the talents under its umbrella, this is what you get. However, As I have spoken about before on the previous streams that I did on VShojo, there are drawbacks to trying to build an entire company brand and identity off of the concept of talent freedom. Mostly because talent freedom is not a positive virtue. It is a negative one. And I don't mean positive or negative in terms of bad or immoral, or good or virtuous. I mean positive or negative in terms of whether it adds something or it is an absence of something. And talent freedom is the absence of control. Now, you can make an argument as to whether that is a good thing or that is a bad thing, but it is, in that sense of the word, an inherently negative thing. And so, you can't really build a brand on top of a lack of something. You have to try and substitute it with a feeling that you are in fact gaining something, that you are receiving something, that there is something to add to. And as a result, when you are considering what the appeal of this brand is supposed to be, what you begin to realize is that this is not really selling a product to the audience, to the potential audience of VShojo the company. What this brand is selling is an identity. If you support VShojo, talent freedom is not something that you are ever going to benefit from, you are ever going to receive, because you are not the talent. It is a benefit that even in theory can only ever extend to the talents on your screen. But what talent freedom allows VShojo to do is offer its viewers an identity. By supporting VShojo, the talent freedom company you are, you gain the identity, you adopt the identity of someone who supports your talents being free to do whatever they want. Essentially, it is being pro-choice, but for VTubing, right? You are pro your favorite talent's ability to choose what they do, how they do it, when they do it, with whom they do it, at any point in time. And that is the identity that VShojo sells to its audience. This idea of the VTuber fan that understands how frustrating it is to be restricted, to be controlled by the, evil traditional VTuber corporations with all of their rules and customs and traditions and idiosyncrasies. The VShojo fan is a progressive VTuber fan. Not progressive politically per se, although I'm sure there's quite a bit of overlap there, but more progressive in the sense that they are willing to open their minds to a way of doing things that has not been tried before. Something new, something fresh, something different from what has come before. And on the surface, that is indeed what VShojo offers, or at least that is what they offered. Because one of the issues with using a negative virtue as the cornerstone of your brand is, even in spite of the fact that you are selling an identity to your audience, your consumers, the issue is, because it is a negative virtue, it cannot emerge and it cannot stand out in a vacuum. For example, if you were to say that you were trying to market a VTubing company off of the idea that the company allows its talents to possess a higher degree of talent freedom, you know what that company, regardless of how much talent freedom they allow their talents to have, cannot compete with? An indie. Being independent. Because when you don't have a company, you have ultimate talent freedom. And where does VShojo get its talents from? Well, as of late, they've been getting them from other companies, with this recent edition, at this time, of Kason and Nazuna, they were, poaching from other companies, but their very first wave was made up of talents who were formerly indies. And so, the question becomes, how the fuck do you sell talent freedom to talents who already possess the ultimate freedom? And this is the same question that I posed the first stream that I did on VShojo, where I was dissecting the core tenets of their brand. And the answer, of course, is, well, talent freedom is not designed for the talents. It's not a promise. It's not a part of the VShojo brand that is designed to appeal to or for the benefit of the talents they are recruiting. It is purely aimed at the audience. And once you realize that talent freedom is not actually a marketing gimmick that is designed to work on talents, but rather designed explicitly to be tailored for the audience, you can start to recognize it for what it is, which is a reactionary bit of branding, a deeply, fundamentally reactionary bit of marketing. However, like I said before, being a negative virtue has its problems, because a negative virtue relies on the things that surround it in order to gain some sort of meaning or shape or momentum in any way. Same thing happens with reactionary marketing. The Talent Freedom Company can only stand out as the Talent Freedom Company if it has something around itself to contrast against. And this is where the whole talent freedom gimmick starts to be a little, shall we say, vulnerable. Because in this period of time, it did work as a premise for a brand. It did work as a premise for a VTuber company. This idea that you have this company that preaches freedom, independence, allowing its talents to do whatever the fuck they want. This was kind of novel for the time, because VShojo's biggest two competitors were two companies that operated off of the traditional corpo structure, right? Where, you had rules, policies, guidelines that the talents had to follow. They had revenue cuts that went to 50%, and in some cases above that. And so this whole thing with, 0% revenue acquisition from the talents, right? The company VShojo didn't take any revenue from super chats or subscriptions or donos or whatever. They only took money from merch. This was a truly revolutionary idea, beautiful, alluring by virtue of the fact that it was simply different from the immediate things that surrounded it. And for this reason, VShojo was allowed to sort of suck itself off a little bit as a company, as a brand, because, well, it's different, right? Only time will tell whether it's actually, good, but for now it could settle with just being different. But the problem is, in picking talent freedom as the core tenet of their brand, VShojo had essentially built their foundations upon sand, because talent freedom is, coincidentally, also an excellent and marketable excuse for a company having no idea what the fuck they are doing. And while at this particular point in time, throughout 2020, 2022, the idea of having talents receiving 100% of their revenue from subscriptions and donos, this idea of preaching talent freedom and independence, these ideas were novel in this time period. That was not going to last, because ironically, the relative success of VShojo in terms of garnering a strong brand for itself, an audience that appreciated the marketing strategies, the branding messages that VShojo put out into the VTubing industry, that success would end up inspiring copycats. In marketing, this is why people have the right to register trademarks, because what ends up happening is if you become too successful as a brand, other people are going to come in looking to ride off of your coattails. People are going to come in trying to appropriate your brand and thus appropriate the connotations, the associations that you've already put in the work to attached to your brand, but they may not have the same quality of a product. However, what happens is if you're not able to shut down that competition, if you're not able to put a lid on people attempting to appropriate the symbols of your success, what ends up happening is they end up watering you and your brand down. And that is exactly what ended up happening with VShojo's entire talent freedom shtick. Because over the next 2 years, and especially over the last year, we would be hit in the face over and over again with a bunch of little shitter corpos going with the whole talent freedom, talent independence thing as a justification and deflection from the fact that management had no clue what the fuck they were doing and no idea as to how to direct their talents or offer them a sort of guide on what they should do or how they should go. In addition to that, you also had companies picking up the trend of trying to offer generous revenue splits that heavily favor the talents without understanding how viable or how unviable that practice ultimately would end up being. 3 examples come to mind when it comes to the whole revenue split thing. Vertux VE, Idol EN, Pixelink. These are just 3 of the innumerable number of corpo shitters and their dogs and mums that tried to hop onto the bandwagon that VShojo got rolling. However, in each of these 3 cases, they attempted to adopt that same trait that VShojo used as part of its marketing, but they fucked it up royally. However, they did so in different ways. Vertux VE never even got off the ground. They were quite literally a scam company that directly appropriated VShojo's name, reputation, and branding as a way of trying to deceive possible applicants, potential talents, into believing that they were a real and legitimate business. This was a company that died in the cradle, because thankfully they got caught before they could take too many people's money. However, the same cannot be said for something like Idol, where AVL went on a whole, this whole social media campaign about how, oh, Idol is all for transparency, and oh, the other actors in this industry should do better and offer more, a higher split for their talents. Fast forward about a year since he said that, and Idol is, for all intents and purposes, probably bankrupt, and had to resort to getting bought out by Brave in order to keep limping onwards. And that's in spite of the fact that it lost a massive portion of its content creators, of its content roster after the company changed hands from AVL to Brave Group, including the biggest talent they had at the time, which was Rin Penrose. And then you had Pixelink, a company that exhibited none of the negligence or malice of the other 2, but was simply a case of trying to take on this business model without fully understanding the implications of it. Because Pixelink posted that they had a 40-60 revenue split in favor of the talent. However, 20% of the 40% that Pixelink was supposedly taking in would then be reinvested directly into the talents. Again, on paper, this sounds great until you realize that this is a company that requires money to run. And if you are only making 20% of everything that your talents earn, how the fuck are you ever going to be in the black, let alone in the green? And so, what ended up happening was, in order to keep Pixelink running with that low of a revenue split, what Pixelink's CEO had to do was dip into his own personal funds. And technically, there's nothing wrong with that. A CEO is free to spend to spend their own money as they wish. And if they want to keep a company going using their own money, that's perfectly fine. And a company can keep going using that system of, monetizing itself for a while. That is until the CEO needs that money for literally anything else. And in Pixelink's case, that happened in the form of some sort of sickness or some sort of sudden illness. The moment that CEO of Pixelink needed the money for something else, covering medical costs, whatever, Pixelink as a company was dead in the water. Because unfortunately, if you want to have a favorable split, a favorable revenue split for your talents, you are going to have to eat a lot of costs. And if you don't have the money to pay for those costs, your company is going to die. And here's the thing that's interesting. When you look at all of these copycats, one of the things that might come up as a question in your mind is, how different is VShojo's business model really from its imitators? Because VShojo's revenue split is not just generous, it is absurd. 0% taken from the talent's donations and subscriptions, which is the bulk of their income. Yes, VShojo does get a slice of sponsorships, and they do get a significant slice of the merchandise. But I'll be honest, I don't think they're pushing that much merch in order to make a company that big with that many employees, with that... Sorry. A company trying to keep content creators that large happy. I don't believe that they are essentially making as much money as they need to keep paying for all of those costs. And so, when I look at these companies, as I've gone through each individual case, I've started to view it less as if they are copycats of VShojo, and more like alternate versions that did not have access to superstar talents who were dominating the respective platform they were streaming on, as well as the gargantuan amount of investor funding that VShojo had access to right from the start, and we'll get to that near the end of the stream. However, in addition to that, it's not just the whole revenue split thing that VShojo got watered down by its failed imitators. It was also the whole talent freedom thing, because there have been other companies that have attempted to use talent freedom and independence as a deflection, like I said before, as a justification for management not having any clue how to guide or steer their talents. And some of these companies are real shitters when it comes to the way that they were managed. For example, Bond Live, EN, Nexus, especially Harry. And so, Sorna Corp. That's a pretty funny name for it. And so, when you put the past year or so of corpo collapses and misguided advertising in context, you start to realize that talent freedom and that reactionary branding is a lot less reactionary than it was, let's say, 3 years ago now. And so, the novelty around the whole idea of talent freedom no longer exists. Perhaps once upon a time, it was an idea that had that kind of luster, that kind of freshness, a chance at being different from what was surrounding it. But nowadays, that's no longer the case. And so, we arrive at the core problem that faces VShojo's brand. Talent freedom doesn't work as a brand identity. It can work for a little while, or at least not permanently, because you're going to need to find something else to substitute it with, eventually. The problem is, it doesn't seem like VShojo has done that, because when you break down its brand even more, you start to realize that the whole talent-first shtick that they ran with to open as their opening gambit has a few costs. Because remember, brands are a promise. When you convey a specific message to your audience, to your consumers, your publics, your demographic, whatever, when you convey that your brand is a certain thing, a certain set of things. Those things become promises. And if you break those promises, you lose your brand power. And the problem is, when you say to your publics that you are a talent-first company, there are a bunch of ways that your publics will come to interpret that. And one of the ways in which they will come to interpret that is what I refer to as the talent-first model of doing business. On one hand, you have how talent first requires talents to be first when it comes to speaking to the public as well. This creates a dependence on talents for branding and PR. And we've all talked about on this channel ad nauseum why relying on talents for PR is an awful idea. Because one of the more mild consequences of this is that your public statements as a company vary drastically in consistency. And a lack of consistency is the death of brand power. Second consequence is that talent freedom becomes a marketing tool, but also an obligation. Because if you're going to advertise yourself as talent first, if you're going to advertise yourself as the talent freedom company, you are going to have to stick to your guns when it comes to advocating for talent freedom. You are not going to have the option of backing out on that when you've made that both your opening gambit and your foundational principle, your foundational corporate principle. Because the thing about VShojo, and the thing that makes its brand so, well, the thing that backs VShojo's brand into a corner, their whole talent freedom shtick, how it backs them into a corner, is that they're not just advocating for talent freedom being good in a vacuum. Because like I said before, you can't really compete with that when you are a company and you are enticing indies, right? The problem is VShojo is trying to advocate for talent freedom specifically as a corporate value. And as I think we will come to find, talent freedom does not work in a corporate context, specifically because in a corporate context, other people's money is on the line. And finally, as a result of having talent freedom becoming a marketing tool and an obligation that you are now stuck trying to stick to. Oh, roly-poly, welcome to the stream. What you essentially get is that management, because they have to stick to the tenets of talent freedom, they are now restricted to purely reactive responses to PR crises. Because they can't preemptively shut you down. Oh, they can't preemptively stop you from saying something, especially on social media, because that would be infringing on your freedom of expression. So that now means that they are just stuck, essentially sweeping after you. And so, this leads us to another thing that I was discussing in the first stream that I did on VShojo, when it comes to the cost of essentially pigeonholing yourself into a purely reactive PR strategy. See, when it comes to what that does, what these two consequences, I suppose, combine to create, right? You know, public statements that vary drastically in consistency. Combine that with a management that can only intervene in, you know, PR-wise, reactively, not proactively. What you essentially get is a massive spectrum of possible PR benefits / detriments depending on each individual talent. Essentially, you can think of all talents who join a corporation on a spectrum between being a PR liability and a PR boost. In the case of a PR liability, this is an example of a talent that relies on the reputation, the good name of the company and the other talents in that company to mitigate the effects of their personal failings and misconduct. In other words, they are a liability because they don't have their shit together and they rely on the good name and the patience that the audience has with other people they are associated with in order to deflect from their own inadequacy. On the flip side, you have PR boosts, who are people for whom people on whom the company relies in order to mitigate the effects of its failings and misconduct. In other words, if you are someone who has such a strong reputation, such a good name, that your very presence will incentivize audiences to be a bit more lenient when it comes to judging those you are associated with, company or other talents, you are a PR boost to the company. People will bite their tongues just because they want you to be happy where you are. And when you look at how talents are located on this spectrum, it's not a discrete thing where a talent will be on one end of the spectrum and they will stay there forever. No, usually what ends up happening is that a talent will, because of, depending on who they are, their temperament, their perspectives, experiences, beliefs, behaviors, whatever, childhood traumas, the whole 9 yards. Depending on who they are and what they're like, they could end up fluctuating between either ends of this spectrum. However, usually when it comes to companies and their PR policies, they have ways of making sure that talents don't spend too much time on this end of the spectrum. They don't spend too much time as a PR liability. And the two analogies that I've come up with are a bulldozer for reactive measures and a wall for proactive measures. Essentially, proactive measures function like a sort of gate that stops the talents from going beyond a certain point down the PR friendliness spectrum. These are policies that revolve around prevention, crisis management, planning ahead for worst-case scenarios, policies, guidelines, codes of conduct, protocols, PR training. In other words, trying to stop the problem before it becomes a problem. Yes, sometimes this is restrictive in the sense that it means that your talents can't talk about certain things or they can't say certain things or whatever. But the trade-off for that is they have less to worry about when it comes to how deep of a fuck-up they can commit when they open their mouths or type on social media. The alternative is a reactive measure. Remedies, damage control, takedowns, suspensions, terminations, penalties, public apologies. In other words, any method that you can resort to once a talent has gone too far off the deep end into being a PR liability, any measure you have access to, any method you have access to forcefully push them back up towards PR neutrality, so to speak. Now, this is the way that it works in traditional companies, where they do have reactive measures ready to go if they're competent, but they also have proactive measures set up in readiness to catch any instances where a talent starts sliding too far in the direction of being a liability to the company's good name, reputation, and brand. However, what talent freedom does when it is a core doctrine that informs company policy and how you manage your talents is it takes a giant sledgehammer and it punches a massive hole into that wall that was keeping the talents restricted in the upper section of that spectrum. Because what talent freedom does is now any talent has the ability to say anything they want, when they want, and nobody can stop them. The company can only react. And so, what ends up happening is the responses that you get, the PR responses that you get, the public statements that you get from your talents, whether they count as PR boosts or PR liabilities, becomes largely dependent on the individual talent to an exaggerated degree. Because if the talents themselves are people who are reserved, responsible, they understand that what they say is going to be listened to and scrutinized by people, even if it feels casual, like for example Michi and Henya, they are usually pretty good at being consistent PR boosts for the company. Usually, even if people have gripes with something VShojo related, if Henya is in the conversation, they will take the edge off of their words, at least a little bit. However, the same cannot be said for all the other members of VShojo, per se. because sometimes there will be members who maybe are having a bad day, and as a result, because there is nothing stopping them from sliding into this part of the spectrum, they are going to end up saying or expressing or doing something stupid in public view that ends up having repercussions, potentially, for the rest of the company and certainly their peers, who are probably going to feel socially obligated to offer some sort of public display of support. And so, what ends up happening when you look at VShojo in terms of where their companies might lie in terms of PR friendliness? Interestingly enough, they are one of the companies that has the most inconsistent, the widest range of possible outcomes, depending on which talent and which given day you are observing their public messages. Hololive generally does a pretty good job of restricting its talents to only fluctuating between these two bits of this section of the spectrum. Niji Sanji, due to its string of controversies, has now pretty much gimped itself so that it's stuck only in this section of the spectrum. Yes, there are some PR boosts that still exist as part of the company's roster, but people, for the most part, have become so overwhelmingly negative in sentiment towards the company as a whole that they can't really pull it up anymore. However, with VShojo, it is a complete mix. There is no consistency because its talents, again, depending on which individual one you are referring to and which day you are observing them, their individual talents could be on either end of the spectrum and on any point on the spectrum. And so VShojo is also one of the most unpredictable companies when it comes to how the public feels about the things that they do or the things that they or how they go about addressing controversies. And so at the end of this entire segment, we have an understanding of, albeit a very basic understanding, the core elements of VShojo's brand, as well as the consequences of choosing to build your brand based off of those core elements. Those core elements of talent freedom, of talent first. The consequences of what does that actually look like when you try to implement it in a corporate environment, in a business sense. And so, with all of that out of the way, we then come to the second half of analyzing how a brand is built. Examining a brand through the lens, the language of semiotics. And this is something I talked about in the last stream that I did on Brave. When you're looking at a VTuber company, when you're trying to break down the components of its brand, what does a VTuber company use as signs and signifiers for the meanings and associations that it wants its audience to connect to it? Sorry, give me a second. Okay, go. Exactly. Their talents. The talents are the signs and signifiers that the VTuber companies rely on in order to embody the values, the ideas, the identity, the brand that they've built up for themselves. Oh, Tiwi. Thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And when it comes to VShojo's signifiers, VShojo's symbols of company identity, there are three that come to mind. Well, three that come to mind. Three that come to mind both in terms of what they have accomplished, well, in terms of controversies that have emerged around them and things that they were trying to accomplish. And those three are Zentreya, Matara, and Giga. And there are three respective controversies that, well, essentially embody their attempts at trying to build a company identity. The reason why I singled out these three talents specifically... Oh, Neo Polino. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Polino Raiders. We are discussing the cornerstones of VShojo's brand, its company branding, and specifically the three talents that were, at least from my perspective, the only ones that were actively pushing for some sort of cohesive or unified company identity. And so, you look at these three talents, Zentreya, Matara, and Giga. And again, like I said, these three were the only ones that were trying to push for a vision of VShojo that went beyond, this is where I make my own shit. And each of these, like I said before, have their own controversies that emerged around their attempts at trying to intervene and shape company identity, company brand, company culture, even. Zentreya stepping in on behalf of VShojo and trying to tell people on Twitter that this time the auditions are for real, that they are looking for talents of all shapes and sizes. We'll be looking for all size content creators, big or small. We want to see your creativity help you. I've been pushing for this. I'm excited to meet new people and see what you all can do. So give it your best shot, and I can't wait. Get in here. And as we all know, because I've talked about this twice on stream at this point, this was not received very well. Just as Zentreya spoke up on behalf of VShojo, she also absorbed all of the hits in place of VShojo when she made this tweet. Matara, her art contest, very simple premise. She wanted group art of VShojo talents. When you actually watch through the streams where she was talking about where she got this idea from and what she wants out of this competition, it is painfully obvious that this was a substitute for a company culture that had gens and groups and distinct units in it. However, because VShojo does not have that, because VShojo in its early stages went out of its way to be the opposite of that, saying that they are only going to work with individual talents, not generations, VShojo simply lacked the cultural attitudes and infrastructure necessary to make this a natural thing that fans of VShojo would be willing to do. And so what Matara did was she offered a cash prize, an incentive to create this group art that she wanted. The problem was, of course, that when you add in a cash prize, you fuck up the incentive a little bit. You fuck up the incentive by making it appeal to more cynical participants than more, I suppose, authentic participants. And that's exactly what ended up happening with this art contest. It attracted the wrong groups of people, entitled Twitter whiners, and the entire event ended up getting cancelled because Matara just got too overwhelmed with it all. Again, an understandable motivation, a push towards some kind of unified company identity via this attempted normalization of the talents being viewed as groups rather than as individuals, but ultimately futile because VShojo itself as a company has never put in the effort to lay the foundations for that kind of company culture, especially not that kind of culture among the fan base, where drawing group art instead of just your favorite VShojo member comes naturally. And then finally, we have Giga's infamous patch notes episode with Dan Clancy, and I think her name was Mary. Perhaps well-intentioned in intent, perhaps well-intentioned in the sense that Giga was very much trying to act as some sort of VTuber liaison or advocate, However, ultimately, it ended up becoming a humiliating exercise in watching a content creator be led around by the nose by people who had no interest in having a good faith conversation. Giga's good name was essentially leveraged by Dan Clancy and co. as a way of legitimizing their now provably, demonstrably false reassurances about how fair-handed the platform's moderation and policies are. And yet, what Giga was attempting to do was, in spirit, quite noble. This was an example of a VShojo talent stepping up not just on behalf of the company, but on behalf of all English-speaking VTubers to try and commune with Twitch. This was the whole visibility part of their early brand that VShojo has not really capitalized on. Yet, it didn't quite work out. And so when you look at each of these three controversies, yes, you do see a negative impact of a management style that does not bother to implement any sort of countermeasure or control against the talent saying whatever it is they want, speaking to whoever they want, whenever they want, in whatever manner they want. Because when you use talent freedom as your core corporate tenet, it becomes the core of your PR policy as well. And talent freedom makes for an absolutely awful PR policy. Because what it leads to are these things. Talents doubling as PR spokespersons for the company, despite the fact that they are not in a position to make any of the decisions that they are trying to communicate with the public. And they are also not very well equipped to communicate with the public on behalf of the company, because talents at the end of the day are inescapably emotional beings. We are trained day in, day out. Every time we press go live, we are conditioned to make content, to be rewarded based off how personal we make things to ourselves. That gives our audiences a feeling of connection, and that is what we are rewarded for. And that is also the last thing that you want if you are trying to communicate with a public that is already pissed off at you for whatever reason, especially if you don't agree with the reason yourself. Second, lack of audience filtration and lack of understanding of how incentives work. Again, I don't think that it is Matara's fault that she didn't know that putting in a cash prize that is that big and not filtering the responses, the criticisms through her fan base or community before trying to consider whether she should adjust any elements of the art contest. Yes, it's not really her fault, but undeniably she should have been told no. She should have been told, okay, here's what could go wrong if this is what you're planning. Because while this is Matara's first organized art contest, and this is something I talked about 2 streams ago when I talked about VShojo the first time, this is not VShojo's first art contest. And what's the point in having a company around you if they can't lend you their experience to stop you from making the same mistakes? Because VShojo has in the past also kicked the hornet's nest of Twitter artists with a competition that they didn't think was quite up to their standards. And as a result, they could have intervened when Matara asked for approval, presumably because she wanted to get some of the prize money reimbursed at some point by VShojo the company. But at some point, surely you get the idea to warn your talent about what could possibly happen if they start doing what it is they plan on doing, but apparently not. And then finally, exploitation by bad faith actors. When your entire policy revolves around wanting your talents to do whatever they want, it becomes dangerously easy for said talents to develop the idea that they are infallible, that they don't have any need to worry because everyone around them is just as well intentioned as the people in their company. However, simply put, that is not true. That will never be true. That cannot be true. And when you watch Giga go through that interview with Dan Clancy, what you see is someone who trusts the people they are speaking to argue in good faith, being being shamelessly led around by said bad faith arguer. Dan Clancy, I can almost guarantee, does not believe a single word he is saying to Giga when she asks him about whether the moderation is fair or not, or what is the reason behind why moderation is so shitty over at Twitch. However, again, this is often the result of being, lacking sufficient experience dealing with people who are outwardly, shall we say, ill-intentioned. Prior to this, a lot of people had the impression of Giga as, someone who was smart. I still think that is possible. But the analogy that I would use to describe the level of intelligence that she displayed during that interview would be that Giga is about as smart as your nicest coworker. She could be the most intelligent person in the room, but if she's speaking with a superior, you wouldn't be able to tell that. And if there was one thing that was painfully obvious in watching that interview, it was the power dynamics at play between Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch, and Giga, VTuber on Twitch. However, this aside, when we look past just how these controversies emerged as a result of combining these attempts at initiatives towards developing a company identity, how they resulted in these negative outcomes, and how they exhibited negative outcomes of using talent freedom as a core corporate tenet. What you get, though, is an idea that all three of these talents were in their own way trying to push for a clear, unique, unified, and cohesive company identity. Zen was trying to open up the company to new blood, trying to open up the possibility that there could be new people coming into VShojo that would bring with them something novel that would revitalize the brand, or at least speed it up a little bit. Matara was trying to forge a group identity unique to the company, basically trying to get audiences into the habit of seeing VShojo talents as groups, not just as isolated individuals. Again, very admirable goal, and I can definitely understand where she gets it from, especially if it's something that she might miss back from her days at a more traditional VTuber corpo. But it's not going to work with VShojo specifically because they don't have the groundwork to support it. And finally, when you look past the fact that Giga was very, I should say, easily manipulated by Dan, what you get is her attempt at representation and advocacy for VTubers and their issues towards Twitch. Yes, I don't think she did the best job of that, but she still did try, and that is worth acknowledging. And so, at the end of this entire process of examining each of these three controversies, revisiting them one after another, what you essentially get is this idea that each of these three talents, Zentreya, Matara, Giga, are a signifier that, signals a meaning that would be crucial in giving VShojo a more solid brand identity than just Talent Freedom Company. For example, Zen represents inclusivity, new blood, the ability to expand by meeting new people, nurturing new talent, doing something that is actually outside of safety, security, and the norms. Matara represents the push towards group identity, cohesion, this idea of finally pushing to get VShojo's talents seen as a cohesive group, not just little cliques, not just tiny enclaves, but rather an actual company that is on the same page with, a company whose workers, whose members are completely on the same page with one another. And finally, Giga, an attempt at representing what VShojo promised in terms of representing and advocating for, bringing more visibility to the visibility to the English-speaking VTuber crowd, and specifically to the Twitch VTuber crowd. And so, when you look at each of these three signifiers, this is the ultimate weakness of talent-first branding, because talent-first branding creates talent-centered branding, and talent-centered branding relies on your talents actually sticking around because your company is a void of identity on its own. And that's exactly what talent freedom is, a void of identity. And when VShojo, let's say, if VShojo were to lose any of these individual talents who were pushing for that group identity, suddenly the ability to access those elements of possible company identity get lost with the talents. This is why I said before that VShojo built its brand identity on shaky foundations, because their ability to have any sort of brand identity, company identity, separate from the individual personal brands of each of the talents that they have under their wing, that relies upon the talents being incentivized to stay at the company while they continue to push for said company identity from within. The problem is, that doesn't seem to be the case. On April 29th, this year, 2025, VShojo put out an announcement that stated, quote, "Dear community members, we want to share that after careful thought and consideration, we've made the difficult decision to formally part ways with Matara on May 5th, 2025. We're genuinely grateful for everything she's brought to VShojo and wish her the best moving forward. Goodbyes are never easy, and we understand many of you deeply care about Matara, as we do. The best way to support us both right now is with kindness, understanding, and respect for everyone's feelings and privacy during this transition. We're committed to our incredible talent, community, and the values we share. Thank you for all your empathy and continued support." Sharona, another thing that tangles this up is despite needing new blood, it's very risky because they have no guardrails for their talents. They can only choose from industry vets. Exactly. Talent freedom screws them over that way as well, because they have no safety nets in case one of their new recruits goes off the deep end or weren't vetted properly. So, this is already pretty bad, right? Because you are losing Matara, one of the few talents that are actively pushing for a unified, a cohesive, a viable company-wide identity. However, it gets worse, because something you will realize, and something that ends up becoming a bit of a trend as we look at the three recent departures from VShojo, is each departure not only removes a chunk from the company's, well, what would have otherwise been the company's group identity, or VShojo's unique company identity, but it also ends up tearing out a portion of the previously established identifiers or differentiators that VShojo established for itself in the early stages of the company's existence. For example, let's take the Fruit caisson incident of September last year, when Fruit posted a Google Doc detailing her alleged experiences with her allegedly abusive ex-husband, And then later on, after everyone on Twitter dogpiled on Fruit because, well, it's Twitter and
Testing. 1 2 1 2 test. Testing. Have I managed to reconnect? Are we back? Are we alive? Are we back? Can you guys hear me? Testing. We back? Back? Alright, okay, there we go. I survived the assassination attempt, guys, don't worry. I can't believe that I tuned in the only week that it got turned down. Yeah, chat's broken, unfortunately, but hopefully the VOD doesn't get demonetized or anything, so I don't need to fiddle around with it. So it still shows up on the side there. All right, we are back. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think I had like a blackout or something, because it wasn't just my PC that shut down. It was my modem as well, and also the lights, which is a little annoying. But in any case, hold on. Let me get back to the right scenes and stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me reload everything so things stop breaking. Oh, I love Australia. Our infrastructure is the best. We certainly don't have worse internet than Kazakhstan. Hold on. God dethrone the chair. Amen, Murray. Amen. Alright, hold on. Let me make sure that the, okay, correct window is hooked up. The microphone is presumably working since you're responding to what I'm saying. VShojo assassins are more effective than Nijis. Alright. Are we back? Hold on. Oh, my Fugi has disappeared. Hold on, let me reconnect. Am I back? Hello, testing. Hold on. Let me make sure that I'm capturing the right window. There we go. Okay, there we go. For some reason, my Fugi has completely disappeared. Excellent. I knew that there was something that had to go wrong. Hold on. Give me a second. Hello? Well, I guess you're just going to have to listen to me speak without my Fugi there. Alright. In any case, let me get back to what I was talking about before. You're just going to have to picture how I look in your mind. In any case. So, as I was saying, in no situation should a talent ever be encouraged, or I would even go so far as to make the argument allowed, to divulge something this personal to random strangers on Twitter, simply because of the way that Twitter is designed as a platform. Like I've said innumerable times before, the way that Twitter works is that if you reach a certain amount of impressions and interactions over a short span of time, it is designed, the algorithm is designed to push your content in front of people who are outside of your immediate circle and outside of your target audience, especially people who are going to take issue with it, because engagement doesn't matter if you are trying to make an articulate point or if you're simply yelling insults at somebody. It is still engagement all the same, and that is all social media platforms are designed for. Most disturbing part of Fruit's entire document is the bit at the end where she admits that this was something she'd been sitting on for an entire year, and apparently no one from the company knew of and or intervened throughout all of this time. But in any case, in response to people dogpiling on Fruit over this, Kason thought to make a follow-up tweet on her initial unwavering support of Fruit's plight. In this follow-up tweet, Kason says,
Oh boy, everyone is being so nasty about this post, and I just noticed it. Now getting the situation correctly, but I admit I've only read the first few pages of the document, rushed to show love and support to my VShojo sis. Again, not exactly a great look, and definitely something that, well, prior consultation with a manager probably would have been able to nip in the bud. Last thing you want is to admit that you didn't read the Google Doc that you just expressed gushing support for. I think that's also what the other girls did. Again, not a great look. Objectively true, in terms of probability, but not a great look nonetheless. Let me make myself clear about this message, because I don't want any misunderstanding. No, I do not tolerate cheating. As an One-san of VShojo, I have the right to slap her in the face if she did so. I know nothing about relationships, who am I to judge about her past, but at the end of the day, Fruit has been nothing but nice to me from day one. That's all that matters to me. So yes, I will support my girl if she's feeling down. I'll respect her opinion, right or wrong, but persuade her if she's going the wrong way. That's the kind of friend I want. I don't judge people by what they are said to be like on the internet. I judge by what someone is towards me, because of what I have experienced. This is my opinion. Thank you for reading this. Now, admittedly, this was probably optically not the best move, but I can understand why she would want to tweet this out, because just as it is within Fruit's remit to tweet out something that solidifies her personal brand by essentially giving context for the kind of relationship that she went through, so too should it be within Kaeson's remit to clarify her own brand. If people are saying that Fruit is cheating and she uncritically supported Fruit, then it is her right to be able to come out and say, whoa, hold on, I didn't really mean to say that. However, apparently not all rights are equally right, because eventually Kaeson would be asked, I want to make that very clear, that wording, was asked to delete that post by a VShojo manager in the first display that we have ever publicly seen of a manager actually instructing a talent to go back on that promise of freedom of expression. Kaeson, only love and support can make people better. Just wanted to say that out loud. Okay, management told me to delete it, so I did. I'll leave this because this is what I think. And just like that, what VShojo had accidentally done was essentially strip away two aspects of their brand. The PR support, it's a funny joke, aspect of their self-identification, and the social media oversight version of their differentiation. Because the whole point of their brand, the thing that differentiated it from their competitors, was the whole talent freedom shtick. And a massive part of that talent freedom shtick was not having any social media oversight over your talents. Except now the company did a 180 on that, and so that particular aspect of their brand now rings a little hollow. And so to go back to the example with Matara, essentially what ended up happening with this termination, as we will see, is not just the loss of the brand value, the company cohesion that Matara herself was actively pushing for with her departure, but also how on the way out, audiences started to wisen up to something that ended up eroding another aspect of VShojo's brand. In response to this notice that was posted by VShojo's official account, Matara, or I shouldn't say in response to, at the same time as this notice was posted, Matara would also post a statement of her own, and this is where things got a little weird. According to Matara's post, it states, quote, VShojo made the decision to part ways with me on March 6th, effective May 5th. I thank the girls plus Kuro for the great times we had together and the wonderful moments we shared in the last 18 months. I wish the remaining talent in VShojo the best of luck in their activities. I love them very much and I will carry on being their bug auntie. I will continue streaming as Matara Khan, because I am Matara Khan, and I hope the Momos can still cheer me on, even if I won't be Matara Khan of VShojo. Does anyone know which specific line in this statement is perhaps the most disconcerting in context of the previous announcement? A random who games? What do you think would have happened if Kason said no to deleting the tweet? Ironically enough, talent freedom. Yes, Shellsock, exactly. VShojo made the decision to part ways with me. And the other thing, it adds an extra bit of information that wasn't included in the official announcement. Because Matara adds the context that this was a decision that had been locked in as early as March 6th, more than an entire month prior. And so the question then becomes, why weren't these two bits of information included in VShojo's notice? Because this is no longer a statement that seems like something that is supposed to align with and reinforce VShojo's official company statement on why Matara is leaving. This now reads, at least tacitly, like a minor rebuttal to it. And so, when you end up checking out Matara talking about the circumstances surrounding this, it gets a little bit more convincing when the idea that this is supposed to be something that Matara pushed for contrary to VShojo's wishes becomes a little bit more credible still. Such as shown in this clip by Rainbow Retirees titled Matara Addresses Her Leaving VShojo, starts at around 2 minutes 59 seconds and ends at 4. We're going to go to the react screen and hopefully nothing breaks. Alright, hold on, give me a second to switch screen.
Is whenever
I just realized that I forgot to add an extra new mic to this scene on OBS as well. But can you hear the video? Oh shit, I just realized that you guys aren't on screen. Hold on, my bad. Let me try and see if I can put you guys back in. Okay, apparently the answer might be no. That is rather unfortunate. All right, yes, video is paused, but we hear you. Okay.
I'm going to say is whenever it comes to things like this, usually both parties have to agree to their messaging. And my only takeaway is that I am very comfortable with the messaging to say that I've been let go. Because as I said, I don't really believe in hiding it. I think trying to hide something like this in the future will just make things look weird and just make people speculate, be like, ooh, you know, it says that it was one thing, but ooh.
So that response makes it sound like VShojo initially didn't want to disclose to the public that this was functionally a termination. See, they never use that word in there, but a talent being let go from a company, and especially given the way that it was phrased in Matara's version of the notice, the fact that it very much sounds like it wasn't her decision to make, that is functionally a termination.
She got It's not as serious as people think it is. But like I said, I think it's very important in the industry. I think the industry is very small. I think people know a lot more people than we realize. I think people talk to a lot more people than we realize. So I'm very, very all right with that, even though I am aware that people might be like, oh, Matara must have killed a man. Matara must have been saying awful things, you know. It's one of those things where if you already know me and you know my character, you'll have one idea. If you don't know me, you'll have another idea. Yeah, Matara ate too many husbands and she got let go. I'm very comfortable.
And so, with that little snippet, it becomes a little bit more believable that this wasn't a mutually agreed upon party. That something had happened that had caused VShojo to decide that Matara had to be let go. And when you look down in the comments of this video, this clip, the top comment contains a rather interesting theory as to what the disagreement, the business disagreement between Matara and VShojo could have been. By Lost It, quote, "For those that don't know, this is a contract thing. She was in her renegotiation window and they couldn't agree on her external merch contract. This time, it is literally just business." And this theory that this came out of a dispute regarding merchandise becomes a little bit more interesting when you start to consider a few things. The first is that throughout last year, there were multiple occasions where Matara ended up not using VShojo's merch creation and delivery system, but rather using Bricky's, such as in this example from October 16th, where Matara tweets out, "The battle's begun. Momos together we rise. Get your roach gear today. Rapid, operational, assault combat hardware. Only over at matarakan.shop. Use the tag MATAMerch to show your goodies off." And then below that she would tweet saying, "Thank you to the Orchid 8 team and Bricky for crushing this merch drop. Items will be shipped out as you order them, meaning you can get your merch very soon. Yippee! Please show all your goodies off or in our Discord." And to this, Bricky himself would reply saying, "Let's go! We doing it." And Matara would then respond saying, "Yippee! You cooked. Disclaimer, I'm being nice because he has all your merch hostage." Smiley face. And around the same time as this was happening, on December 14th, 2024, same year, VShojo would end up putting the following announcement. Quote, "VShojo merch announcement. Out with the old, in with the new. Over the past year, the vendor who operated our VShojo merch store failed to meet expectations, leading to significant issues that impacted our community and talent. The vendor failed to fulfill orders in a timely manner and left thousands of orders completely unfulfilled for months. As a result, we have terminated our contract with them and taken the necessary steps to improve our handling of merch sales going forward. We are also exploring legal remedies, since their negligence is unacceptable and has impacted fans, talents, and our brand. We also wanted to give a shout out to Fourth Wall for providing stellar interim support leading up to our current approach to meta. Detailed below." What's new for VShojo merch? We've started to roll out our new in-house merchandise system to ensure we are providing the following: faster shipping. With VShojo overseeing manufacturing and fulfillment, we've significantly reduced delays. Better support. Our internal team now manages all tickets for quicker, more accurate responses. Improved quality. We've taken direct control to ensure our merch meets our high standards. Your feedback will be crucial as we continue to improve our new merch store and operations. For outstanding orders and support issues, please email address there with your order number and subject line. If you've emailed us before with a currently unresolved issue, please contact us again. Your previous message may have been redirected to the former vendor. We understand the frustration this situation has caused and deeply regret the impact on your experience. Thank you for sticking with us. We are committed to rebuilding your trust. However, the fact remains, regardless of how quickly VShojo was able to recover from this point, the fact still remained that for the past year, their merch delivery system was in shambles. And as a result, when Matara ended up resorting to using Bricky's merch shop infrastructure and system, what people are guessing happened is that at some point, VShojo wanted her to switch back, and then she decided not to. Now, I don't know whether this is true or not. It is simply speculation. Only a rat. I have no way of confirming if it is true or not. However, the issue more so is the fact that it is even a credible idea to begin with, because of the fact that VShojo failed to deliver on one of the core things that it actually provides as a VTuber company, which is merchandising assistance. And just like that, what ends up happening is that one bit of VShojo's brand identification gets nullified due to this due to this little oopsie. However, on top of that, it also adds a little bit of an asterisk to the whole concept of company IP ownership, because it doesn't matter if the IP is yours if you are not allowed to monetize it. And as a result, that little bit of differentiation, company IP ownership, although it still exists, is no longer as rhetorically potent as it was before. The leading rat after this was the time Mata didn't do sponsored stream. Apparently Matara and Giga both denied it was about merch. Again, it is I have not seen that statement, although I might have missed it. It is well, I mean, if they're saying it's not merch, then of course they are the ultimate authority. However, at the same time, whether it was merch or not is largely irrelevant to the whole point of this, which is that the audience is suspecting that it is merch, and the audience is reviewing how they perceive VShojo based off of their inability to deliver merch, which again was one of the core aspects of the support that they offered to their talents. And as a result, you have now compromised one aspect of their brand identification and complicated one of the aspects of their brand differentiation. Yes, stream chat's missing. Unfortunately, OBS kind of broke, and no matter how hard I try to add it back, it doesn't seem to want to do that. I can try again just to see if anything changes, but for the most part, I don't think it will. Hold on, give me a second, let me try. Yeah, it's just not showing up. For all intents and purposes, this is just what happens when I have a blackout over here. But in any case, so again, through no fault of Matara's own, and definitely not on purpose, what ended up happening was when she got ejected from the company on the way out, she ended up tearing loose one other part of VShojo's brand. However, this wasn't the end of this little bit of brand erosion that was experienced over the, well, as recently as the past month or so. On June 26th this year, VShojo's official account went live yet again to post an announcement that read, "Dear community members, we would like to share that Giga will be parting ways with VShojo as of June 27th, 2025. Giga has been an incredible member of VShojo since she joined in 2023. Her humor and collaborative spark have helped shape VShojo's culture, and we're excited to keep cheering her on in this next chapter. The impact she has had on VShojo will not be forgotten. On stream and behind the scenes, Giga will keep her IP, and we wish her the best on this journey moving forward. Any merch on the website will still be available for purchase until June 27, 2025, 5 p.m. PT. Thank you for your understanding and continued support." Can anyone spot the one line in this notice that might make you raise an eyebrow? If you know a little bit of context about Giga's hiring process at VShojo, I should specify. Phantom Lord, exactly. The notice mentions behind the scenes stuff, which is rather unusual because that is not something that was present in Matara's termination notice, and that was not something that seemed to be present from the other 3 examples where talents have left VShojo either. This is something that is unique to Giga, and this is an implication that this was a talent that was doubling up on doing something behind the scenes management side as well as being a talent. The question then becomes, what was Giga doing behind the scenes? Now, at the same time as VShojo posted that announcement, Giga also went onto her personal account to essentially reiterate a lot of what was said. As of June 27th, I am terminating my contract with VShojo and will be an independent creator once again. This decision took a long time to come to terms with, but is definitely the best choice for my future. I love my members in VShojo more than I could ever say. I will always be their friend and support. There is no world where I want to be without them, both as a creator and as a person. And that is something that doesn't require a contract with an agency to still hold true. I'm wishing all the remaining girls and our dog success, always. I'd especially like to thank my manager at VShojo, Kenzo, for always doing his best for me and making the most of our time working together. Love you lots. As far as streaming goes, nothing will change from this. As an indie, I handle pretty much everything myself and can easily do so again. Nothing changed when I joined, nothing's changing as I leave. I do have a lot of cool projects coming up very soon, so I'd appreciate everybody's support. I'll see you on stream soon. Smiley face. What's missing from this announcement that was present in the prior one? Jen Wiggles, nothing that the VOD won't fix, no worries. Not quite. Well, that is one of the things. That is one of the things. The fact that she said nothing changed when I joined is a little concerning for VShojo's value proposition, but it's not that I'm indicating. We decided to part ways? No, not quite. Behind the scenes, nothing's changed. No, that's wrong. No, not quite. Exactly. Mercurius. No mention of anything behind the scenes. So, Giga has not confirmed, at least in this particular statement, what the behind-the-scenes work actually is. Now, you could make the assumption, just going off of this statement alone, that the behind-the-scenes work was when she described handling pretty much everything myself, right, for example. However, because of the fact that she stated as an indie, it complicates things a little bit, because she says, as an indie, I handle pretty much everything myself, which implies that this is how she did things before she joined VShojo. However, in spite of the fact that she says, I can easily do so again, which implies that she took a break while she was at VShojo, she then also in the next sentence says, nothing changed when I joined, which confuses things a little bit. However, again, VShojo has stated that she did some sort of behind-the-scenes work, but Giga herself did not specify in this follow-up post. However, there would be an instance where Giga would specify, or at least hint at what that behind-the-scenes work might be, in a video that she ended up posting to her channel titled I Left VShojo, basically a cut-out portion of her graduation announcement day Q&A. And the section starts from 2 minutes 55 seconds, runs until about 5 minutes 20 seconds, where she essentially elaborates on what the things behind the scenes actually were. Hold on, let me switch screens. There we go.
I am...
Alright, so 2:55.
I want to make that clear because a few people asked. As they said in their tweet, VShojo mentioned I did work a lot internally and externally to promote, improve, move forward the brand, the company. I absolutely did, and a lot of the stuff that I did is not stuff that you guys would ever see. You would never see the hours put in. The results of these things you wouldn't even see. This is stuff that just was, a lot of it was.
So, Did you guys catch that? Did you guys get a possible hint as to what the behind-the-scenes role might have been? Giga's under NDA, can't go into details? Yes, but what she just said was more than enough to make a pretty decent stab as to what it is. Oh, Prince! Welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you around lately. Thank you for the super. Gotta go to sleep, sadly. Will you timestamp the feed segment for me? No problem. As you wish. As you wish. Hope you have a nice rest. No, it's not management, Murray. It's not management. It's worse. At least from my perspective, it's worse. Yes, Freakman. It sounds like what she was doing was PR.
Stuff that you guys would ever see. You would make that clear because a few people asked. As they said in their tweet, VShojo mentioned, I did work a lot internally and externally to promote, improve, move forward the brand, the company. I absolutely
promote. What? Hold on, let me rewind this so I get her exact phrasing correct.
As they said in their tweet, VShojo mentioned, I did work a lot internally and externally to promote, improve, move forward.
Promote, improve, move forward.
The brand, the company.
The brand of the company. Now, there is a chance that that's not PR, that's more just generic marketing. There is a chance that it's more just trying to decide on a cohesive company image. But again, it's a really big red flag when, of the three talents, one of whom has explicitly confirmed that she was working behind the scenes to finally get VShojo a solid, cohesive brand image, just left the company. However, if we, even putting all of that aside and all of the implications of that, the fact that they have a talent possibly working on PR is something that worries me greatly. Because, like I've said before, talents and PR do not mix very well.
I absolutely did, and a lot of the stuff that I did is not stuff that you guys would ever see. You would never see the hours put in. The result.
There is another little tidbit of information that will recontextualize this little bit of information as being a little bit suspicious as well, but we'll get to that later.
Most of these things you wouldn't even see. This is stuff that just was, a lot of it was purely back end.
And again, this is what makes me lean towards the assumption that this was PR, not marketing. Because with marketing, it is the expectation that it is, it might start off back end, but at some point it's going to make its way out to the front. Marketing has the implication that at some point the audience is going to see it. That's why it's marketing. But PR is quite the opposite. If you do PR effectively, it is essentially an invisible role. And that little comment there is what makes me think, okay, it sounds like they had her doing PR.
There were some things that didn't get over the finish line that I want to be able to do now, etc. I don't know how to say this other than like, hey man, I put a lot of time in. Sorry it wasn't stuff that you could see, but I really, really, really did. And
if I remember correctly, Giga joined originally to have less background work. I remember that as well, though I can't find the clip in which she said that. But even if Giga herself didn't say that, that is definitely back-end managerial support is definitely one of the benefits that VShojo advertises itself providing to potential talents. So there is an expectation that that is something they would provide. When she says audience won't see it, she failed at pushing and improving the brand perception because I honestly didn't feel like VShojo did anything. I mean, that's a possibility as well. But again, I think that's reading a bit too deeply into what she's saying, because I'm just interpreting her words I'm basically just interpreting her words at face value when she says you'll never see it, meaning it's an unfinished project or it's purely back end, rather than it was put out but you just didn't notice.
Good thing that comes out of this with me being independent.
Yes, Kirnoth. That is one of the things that strikes me as the underlying implications of what she is saying here that makes it a little concerning. VShojo made her sacrifice her personal projects for the company brand.
Is a lot of that time that I spent working on something internal is now just my own time that I reclaim, right? It's just my own time that I can use for example, YouTube videos that I want to do. There were a lot of stream ideas that I had that some of them I kind of did initially and then didn't do for a while. I want to be able to do those. On top of this, you know, so much of what I was doing, like on this channel, for example, I was so focused on the group, pushing forward like good PR. You know, I joined during...
There we go. There we go. And that to me pretty much confirms it, that what she was trying to do behind the scenes was push for a unified, cohesive, well, group image for VShojo. Suddenly it makes a lot more sense when you consider that in the context of Matara, Giga, and Zen being especially outspoken about the new recruits, about the auditions from the EN side, about the possibility of new blood, a new gen. Suddenly it becomes a little bit more, I suppose, severe when you realize that all three of those talents who one of whom is explicitly expressing that she was working on trying to create a company-wide identity, a unified, cohesive group identity, with the other two showing that that is something that they seem to be pushing for through their actions and initiatives, suddenly it becomes a lot more concerning when all three of them dropped out within the span of less than 6 months. Well, in the case of two of them, less than a single month of one another. And yes, it was the case that, you know, according to Giga and Zen and Mata, these were all decisions that were made well ahead of time. However, again, that to me does not tell me that there is no rot, just that it is a little deeper than first suspected.
During a year when the group had just lost a bunch of talents and then one joined and then it was me. There was still a lot of uncertainty. There were a lot of people just kind of like sitting there like what's going to happen, you know? And so my goal was to do positive, good PR realistically, right? And just talk about my experience and talk about a lot of things. And I ended up doing so much of that on my own channel that I felt like looking back, I went, you know, I really didn't go over a lot of the topical stuff that I wanted to initially.
This basically confirms what you were saying before, Kirnoth, that she did end up sacrificing some of her personal projects in the interest of advancing the company's image. And that is, ironically, a complete perversion of the premise of talent freedom. The ideal of what that doctrine is supposed to create. There is another thing, though.
I ended up doing so much of that on my own channel that I felt like looking back, I went, you know, I really didn't go over a lot of the topical stuff that I wanted to initially before I started.
What Giga is describing here is a classic pitfall and trap that I have talked about multiple times on this channel. No PR, regardless of how flashy, effective, or feel-good it is capable of making up for bad practices. Good PR tactics, or things that might generate good PR, things that create positive sentiment among the audience, trying to use that as a way of coping or covering up fundamentally dysfunctional corporate practice is, to use a very tired idiom, the equivalent of trying to put lipstick on a pig. You probably wouldn't want to, you probably wouldn't put too much stock in someone taking it at face value, someone falling for the ruse, because it's not going to work. And unfortunately, it does sound like Giga was fighting a little bit of an uphill battle there.
you know, doing a lot of these videos. I don't know, I feel like we still hit some of it, and a lot of people really loved a lot of that stuff, but I want to make sure that that is the lion's share of what's being done. So in the future, a lot of the topics that I had, a lot of the ideas for video formats that I had, all of these things, those are all moving forward, which is going to be really nice. I'm excited for that. For the future, I come from a background that's like very ultra corporate, working in big companies. So I'm excited to be 100% the owner of all operations business stuff, setting up communications, how we're going to do things, etc. I like working with a small team on this. I like very collaborative work, you know, and being able to have their input on it as well. And that's what I'll be able to do as an indie. I feel like that suits me really well. I don't dislike doing things in bigger structures necessarily. I don't hate that. It just, for right now, I think this is what I need. On top of that,
and that is about the end of that particular segment. However, like I said, there is another little tidbit of information that makes what she just described a little bit more eyebrow-raising at VShojo. Oh, Billy, thank you for being well, congrats on turning 1 year old as a Footstool. Holy shit. That's a long time to be sitting around here. Thanks for sticking around me that long, my guy. I cannot wait for a Footstool birthday hour. But in any case, so what she just described was her essentially putting her own, some of her own projects, some of her own wants as a content creator onto the side for a little bit in order to try and advance the interests of, well, essentially VShojo's brand image. Putting aside a little bit of time in order to do PR work. And this is all behind the scenes. Now, the reason why I find this to be concerning, the context that makes me look at that and go, okay, that doesn't sound super duper ethical, is she actually has there's a clip that's dated on the on the 16th of July, 2024, titled Why Gunrun Hired Giga as a Talent by Daily Giga, where she describes a conversation that she had with Gunrun prior to her recruitment as part of VShojo. It's a very short clip, so I'll play the entire thing.
This time Gun...
Alright.
This time Gun might actually hire you for an internal position instead. Yeah, when I got recruited, one of the things he said was, at this point, I don't know if I want to hire you as a talent or just hire you straight into the company to work here. You know, because of my former work experience, it made a lot of sense. And I was like, I don't think you want to pay my salary. Do you know what my hourly rate is? I don't think you want to pay that. You'd be much better off hiring me as a talent. It would have been so funny. Yeah, what?
So, a few things to unpack there. When Giga said that she was working on improving the company image behind the scenes, what that sounded like was leveraging experience and or qualifications that she possessed from prior work experience. I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption, that the role that she was fulfilling behind the scenes at VShojo, the thing that she was working on, was probably well within her remit of experience and expertise. However, what she just said here is when she was having a discussion with Gunrun, and again, this is a very short clip, and I wasn't able to find the VOD that this is from. So it is completely possible that this is just a joke that has been somewhat taken out of context. However, what she's describing here is a conversation with Gunrun where they had a little bit of a back and forth, albeit from the sound of it, a joking back and forth, where he was considering hiring her not as a talent, but as a staff member, based off of her prior qualifications. And her response to that was, "You probably don't want me as a staff member, you would have to pay me too much. Better to hire me as a talent instead." However, what it seems, what it looks like, and again, I want to make this very clear, this is my personal speculation based off of what we have observed from these two clips. This could be entirely off base, this could be entirely incorrect, because I am operating off of incomplete information. However, to me, what this looks like is a case of Giga being hired as a talent, getting invested in the company on a personal level, and then essentially doing a job, or at least a portion of a job, that she probably probably should have been compensated more for, simply because she cared about the company. Which is a bit of a rough thing to think about, considering this is supposed to be the Talent Freedom Company. And that seems like a little bit of an unethical practice, if you ask me, where you hire somebody as a talent and you try to leverage the capabilities they have without compensating them, while compensating them as a talent and not as a member of staff. To me, it seems like she did that work while being paid less than staff rate, which would probably have been fairer. And I say this as somebody who watches FaZe, a company where the CEO has outright complained about having to pay the talents, actual wages and not just getting free labor out of them because of company pride or whatever. A company where the talents have actually put their foot down before and insisted on being paid the fair wage that they would be owed for the labor that they have provided, rather than just doing something out of company pride or sentiment. And from what it sounds like, it does seem like that may be what has happened here, with the behind the scenes stuff that Giga has been doing, that Giga has been contributing to VShojo. And that is not a practice that I would associate with VShojo normally. But like I said, this is an imperfect picture. However, the context clues do not exactly put me at ease about the ability of VShojo to live up to the ideals that it built its current brand on, shall we say. Billy, thank you for the 5. 1 year of harassing chairman for feet pics. Ooh. Man, time flies. Time flies. And so, with this little episode out of the way, with this in consideration, what has now happened is not only did the element of providing Twitch connections get complicated by how exactly those connections were utilized, because I'd make the argument that the Twitch connections were more utilized by Clancy than they were by Giga. Or I should say that it was more a case of Clancy using those connections to use Giga as positive PR for his sham of a promise that Twitch is not actually as fucked as it is. That's a conversation for the stream that I have planned at the end of the month. But instead of, Giga going up, leveraging the connections to actually talk with the CEO of Twitch and get stuff hashed out properly. But not only that, now you have this whole idea of PR support. If it was dead before because of the way that VShojo has historically handled PR, it is most certainly dead now. Because this, not only does this make it sound like VShojo is using its talents as, essentially double dipping by using its talents as PR consultants, but also that they are doing so for less than the rate that they would pay a PR consultant acting in that capacity. Which, again, not great. And then finally, after all of this, we have the last, and in my opinion, possibly the most... Well, I don't know if it's the most devastating behind the scenes, but optically speaking, it is definitely the most devastating departure out of the 3 that we have covered. And that is, on June 28th, just a few days after Giga announced her departure, when Zentreya would go live with a post saying, quote, "On July 11th, I will be leaving VShojo for new opportunities and a new adventure. My time here was long, and I had many fun moments. It will feel like the end of the world, but I know that I will always be here for all of you. Nothing will change other than where I am currently at. Thank you to VShojo for many years and the memories. Sadly, things change, paths change, and I decided I want to follow my own path and do new things in life. I hope you will all continue to follow me on this adventure. I know change is scary. It's a scary thing to see something you saw grow change, but that is how life goes. We all take this walk eventually. So let's go on this adventure together. Thank you for all of your continued support. And even if this is where your stop is, then thank you regardless. Best wishes to VShojo." Now, there are a lot of things that can be said about Zentreya's departure from VShojo. Obviously, it is impossible to ignore the fact that she is a founding member. But even if we ignore that, she is also, as I have said previously over the course of this stream multiple times, she is one of only 3 talents that seem to actively have pushed for a unified company image. With her gone, and the other 2 as well, that is essentially, at least in the short term, the death knell for any possibility of VShojo developing some sort of unified, cohesive company identity. Simply because I'm not entirely sure there's anybody left that has an interest in that kind of thing at the company. Or if they have, they haven't been pushing for it as obviously as Zen, Mata, and Giga have been. However, on top of that, VShojo themselves would also end up making an announcement post stating, "Dear community members, we would like to share that Zentreya will be parting ways with VShojo as of July 11th, 2025. Zen has truly shaped VShojo, being one of our original members since 2020. From communicating with a notepad on stream to Zen's current TTS setup, it's amazing to see how far things have come. Among her many talents has been bringing together VShojo and non-VShojo members alike for collaborations, helping to drive inclusivity among creators. Even as this notice points out those aspects of Zentreya's creator identity that she brought to VShojo through her inclusion as a member, as a talent at the company, you have to acknowledge that with Zen's departure, the company is losing these aspects of its identity as well. This ability to attract people from outside of the corporation, the drive for inclusivity, as they put it. Those things are not necessarily gone, but certainly a lot more muted with the departure of Zen. Given how Zen's contributions to VShojo and the community as a whole have made a lasting impact, we're sincerely thankful for our time together. Zen will keep her IP, and we wish her the best on the next leg of her journey. Any merch on the website will still be available for purchase until July 11th, 2025, 5 p.m. PT. Thank you for your understanding and your continued support." Now, there are a lot of ways I could describe why this feels so much of a defeat for VShojo, but I think the most perfect way that I can sum it up is by tying this back to what I believe to be, or at least in my opinion, one of the most defining traits of Zentrea's attempt at shaping VShojo's company identity, at shaping VShojo's brand identity. And that is this. Remember back in August of 2021, the 21st of August specifically, when VShojo went to Reddit r/VShojo to announce that they were doing auditions for VShojo? Remember when, and this was confirmed to be Gunrun posting this, by the way, when he said, "For the first time we are opening up auditions to VShojo. We are looking for people with experience already in streaming regardless of size. You're welcome to apply if you're already a debuted VTuber too." This was a post that was made then. Essentially, people responded to it, people auditioned, and then after all of this, the only person to be received into VShojo was Haruka. Now, as you could probably imagine, and as I've talked about before on stream, this did quite a number on people's willingness to trust VShojo VShojo audition announcements. In fact, this created quite a substantial amount of resentment among significant swaths of the English EN indie scene, because of the fact that they had been led to believe that they had a chance, because Gunrun had explicitly said, people for experience already, people with experience in streaming, regardless of size, you're welcome to apply if you're already a debut VTuber, yada yada yada, basically making it sound like it's open to everybody. Whereas the actual hiring practices of the company made it seem like more of an exclusive club. As I said before, actually not earlier this year, middle of last year when this happened. VShojo absolutely has the right to be as exclusive as it wants. However, it is one thing to be exclusive, it is another to mislead the public about that. And this post falls into that category. However, what you will notice, and this is the reason why I believe that the loss of Zentrea will be a massive blow to the company. The reason I say that is because Zentrea was a talent who was willing to stick out her neck in order to defend the company, its good name, and its reputation. Because fast forward to July 10th of 2024, when VShojo announced again that they were doing auditions. This time, they didn't have that little line about "we want to see creators regardless of size." It was just, "applications are open. Good luck. Have fun." Zentrea didn't need to quote that. In my opinion, she shouldn't have. But even more so than my disapproval of the fact that that was a quote tweet that Zentrea made, that does not hold a candle to my disapproval of the fact that VShojo management sat back on their arse and allowed her to tweet that with absolutely nothing following up to back up what she was saying. Zentrea was essentially left on her own to tank all of the resentment that had built up over the course of the last 3 years, based off of the last time that VShojo, the company, had decided to pull an audition stunt. And what essentially happened was everything that was said in the original audition announcement, the whole "apply regardless of size" that was said by Gunrun, now instead of being said by an actual member of VShojo staff, all of that was still being said, but just by a talent. And, as was predictable, the talent ended up tanking all of the backlash. "We'll be looking for all size creators, big or small. We want to see your creativity help you. I've been pushing for this. I'm so excited to meet new people. See what all of you can do, so give it your best shot. I can't wait. Get in there." And then, after being the de facto target of people's resentment over the last round of auditions and how that went, the next day, Zentrea would end up tweeting out this: "Heartbreaking and disheartening to see so many people pushing the idea of Zen friends only, when each person I found had to work their way to the top regardless. I have other friends who don't want to join, who are working their asses off and doing amazing things. I even pushed management to open auditions again after so long to scout for new and upcoming people to mesh with. I wanted to meet new people, let others get a sense for them as well, and see who would fit into the puzzle. This is, again, something that convinces me that Zen has a clear, or I should say, a clear vision for what she wanted VShojo, the company, to become. That vision is dead now with her departure. Then I came to a realization that even if we bring in a new person, people will claim that we focused on new people instead of helping others who are halfway to success or other creators be a part of something fun. Either way, it's a loss. I just wanted to do the right thing and help smaller up-and-coming creators as well as the potential to bring someone else on the rise. Management and Gunrun are working their butts off to do all of this, and now I feel as though I made a mistake in doing this. Who knows? But I hope you all still try, because I started from the bottom too and I put in the work. I said this last year. I'll say it again. That last line, that will gimp the VShojo auditions forever. Because there are only two possible outcomes of that last line being included there. The best case scenario is that VShojo's next wave of talents includes at least one creator that is not seen as an orbiter. The decision will be primarily attributed to Zen's influence. A loud minority will probably still complain, but Zen will be praised as an advocate for small creators, and audiences will be more likely to be more receptive to future audition processes from VShojo, assuming the company even survives long enough to have another audition round. However, with with Zentrea's departure from VShojo, this best case scenario just got even worse. Because yes, people are going to attribute a new person who's unaffiliated with previously present VShojo members as something that is owed to her influence. But that's not going to cycle back to positivity directed at VShojo the company anymore, because Zentrea is not part of VShojo the company anymore. However, the worst case scenario, and this is a scenario that again is worse now that Zen has left VShojo, is that VShojo's next wave of talents consists purely of ex-corpos and or perceived orbiters. VShojo's reputation for nepotism will be solidified. Zen's words are retroactively characterized as oblivious at best and disingenuous at worst. The positivity generated by her words quietly turns to acid. Worst part, people are going to blame her for misleading them because she stuck her neck out on VShojo's behalf to try and encourage people to apply regardless of whatever their audience size was. And when that happens, she is not going to have the support of VShojo the company behind her. She is going to be an indie. And that's going to be much worse. However, again, the reason why this was a losing gambit to begin with was because Orbiter is a subjective assessment. You don't get to define what an Orbiter is. How many times did they interact with a VShojo member? How recently did they interact with a VShojo member? How often have they collabed with a VShojo member? Do they live in close proximity with a VShojo member? Which of these criterions and what combination of these make somebody an orbiter? The fact is, you can't get a consistent definition of what an orbiter is. So there will always be people who will see any of what VShojo ends up recruiting to their new wave, if they've even recruited a new wave, as an orbiter of a pre-existing VShojo talent. Which is why this was a post that Zen that had so much for Zen to lose and so minuscule an amount for her to gain. Which is, again, what really, really bothers me about how VShojo just sat back and allowed her to say this on their behalf. Because like I said, the trade-offs are not worth it, even between VShojo and Zentrea when you add up the benefits that both or either would receive. But if you're just weighing up the possibilities, the possible outcomes facing Zen specifically, and Zen personally, this was not a post that was worth it at all. And especially more so now that the entire push for new creators, new blood to join VShojo was so much a part of Zen's personal brand, personal image as a creator, personal, dare I say it, agenda for VShojo. And now that she's gone, it's basically died with her. Again, if this was all there was to Zentreya, peeking above the trenches to try and, get off a round on VShojo's behalf, I would say that that's the company being stupid, and that's the company being, even exploitative if they did this on purpose. They stayed quiet on purpose. But that would, I could look past that. But the fact is, even as early as this year, in January 27th, when Amelie debuted, VShojo was still, finger in the bum, sitting back while Zentreya handled the PR on their behalf. Congratulations to Monarch. I'll be 100% honest. This caught me off guard. From what she said on stream, she's been trying for 2+ years, almost behind the scenes. She can keep secrets hardcore, but can't keep up with tech. Insane. Start of the year, more to come. That is fine. But this, also for clarification, she was not part of the auditions from last year. That is still happening. Fire emoji. I'm still excited to see what's to come this year. There's a lot happening. Stay tuned. This should not have needed to be said by Zen. This should have been a company message, not a Zentreya message. Especially because the whole reason why people thought that Amelie was going to be a debut that was coming from the last wave of auditions is because, as I talked about in the previous stream that I did on VShojo, the company doesn't understand how to leverage semiotics, doesn't understand how to leverage associations, doesn't understand how to create any sort of distinctive company branding that would allow them to allow them to give the audience the equipment to easily differentiate between a teaser for an auditionee and a teaser for want of a better way of putting it, an invitee, or someone who was invited to join VShojo rather than having to go through the auditions process. They could. I spent a good portion of the last stream where I talked about VShojo going individually through each of their trailers for a new talent joining the company. And what I found was there was no consistent visual messaging between any of those trailers. Some of them have the envelope be pink. Some of them have it be white. Some of them have the talent receiving the envelope floating towards them in the wind. Others have it, others are chasing after the envelope, actively trying to steal it, pursue it, whatever. And the thing is, there is no consistency between what is happening on screen, what is shown on screen, and whether the talent in question is joining as a result of an invitation or as a result of an audition. And the worst thing is, and this is what I said last stream as well where I was talking about this, VShojo had a perfect opportunity to clarify their branding around what is the difference between teasing an audition and teasing an invitation when they debuted VShojo Nova. But they didn't. They pissed away that opportunity by releasing a generic trailer that had none of VShojo's iconography, symbology, or branding save for the logo that flashes once at the beginning and once at the end. Aside from that, it could be a generic trailer for an anime, a gacha game, a hentai game, anything. You just wouldn't know, because there isn't any VShojo branding in it. I'm not even convinced at this point that this company understands how to create branding that is unique to it, and distinctive and consistent. Although part of the reason for this is no doubt traceable back to talent freedom. Because one of the things that ends up happening is some of the talents end up scripting, making their own debut trailers. Which could be fine if VShojo had a set of guidelines in place to keep things consistent. But they don't, so naturally each talent is given free rein to come up with whatever the fuck they want, and as a result, as multiple talents release their debut trailers, each trailer waters down what could be a pattern or a consistent form of messaging that was established across all of the others. And yet, none of this seems to have crossed VShojo's minds, the minds of their executives, their managers, as a thing that needs to be addressed. They've never thought to make a document that unifies the visual themes of their trailers, their messaging, their promotional material. And instead of investing some time and effort into clarifying how VShojo, the company, communicates with the audience, instead, why do that? Because they don't have any incentive to. Since prior to Zentrea's departure, they could just sit back and rely on either her or Giga or somebody else getting too amped up by the accusations that the public is slinging against the company, and thus sit back while they say something on social media on your behalf. Because that's all you need to do, right? Just wait for one of your talents not be able to take it anymore. Then they say something stupid on social media, and then they get dogpiled instead of your company. All according to Keikaku, am I right? Exactly a year after Zentrea made that tweet, clarifying to the public what the auditions were supposedly looking for, who the auditions were supposedly looking for, instead of getting even a peep about the new gen that is supposedly in the basement, a year later, all that has changed is Zentrea is no longer a part of VShojo. I don't know what's going on in there, but I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to hold my breath about whether there is even a new gen coming or not. Because this is rough. Optically speaking, of course. However, at the end of the day, it all ties back to, like I said, incentives. The company has no incentive to improve how it communicates because its talents up until now have always taken it upon themselves to clarify things to the public on behalf of management, on behalf of the company. Now, I don't really give a shit as to what the reason for that is, whether it be managerial negligence or talent freedom. The justification doesn't matter because the outcome is the same. Talents end up acting as these PR punching bags and saves the company the trouble. However, there is a perverse chance that perhaps the departure of people like Zen and Giga, or Mata, may now incentivize VShojo to finally develop some sort of public communication strategy. Because to my knowledge, I don't recall the other talents speaking up on behalf of the company in a similar manner to Zentrea. But who knows? Because at the end of the day, that is all just speculation. And at the end of the day, all we can judge VShojo off of is what incentives that they have as a company. And speaking of incentives, to review what has now happened in the wake of all of this? Not only has the at the end of all of these various controversies that VShojo has gone through, when you look through the traits, the individual pillars of the company's brand image, you start to realize that out of how many, let me do some quick math, 6, 11, out of 11 main pillars, 12 including talent freedom, they only have 3 left untouched. The rest are either shown to be conditional or outright contradicted in their existence by the previous actions and little tidbits of information that have come out about the way that VShojo works behind the scenes. And of course, as we were talking about before, when your brand is so heavily built on your talents to the point where if they were to leave, that portion of your brand built by them would leave with them. Unfortunately, that also means that VShojo has lost a good deal of signifiers and thus signified meanings. When Zentrail left, they lost the whole aspect of inclusivity and the possibility of new blood entering their ranks. When Matara left, they lost the prospect of group identity and cohesion. When Giga left, they lost the possibility of embodying that aspect of representation, advocacy, visibility for the average EN-VTuber. By the way, that Zen's whole shtick about saying about insisting on smaller creators being picked up for, exposure, that was how VShojo delivered on its whole visibility premise. That part of the initial sales pitch is dead now because Zen is gone. And so when you look at VShojo's brand, when you look at what it has become, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that it is a shadow of its former self, the way that it was back in 2020 or even 2022. And you can mostly pin it down to 3 main problems. First, an initial sales pitch that aged very poorly. Second, reactionary branding, that is, as I said before, very much like building the foundations of a house on sand. And finally, volatility that comes along with talent-centered branding. The initial sales pitch that aged poorly, well, it aged poorly because of failures in company functions and visible gaps in protocol. The fuck do you mean a talent of yours sat on a Google Doc about their abusive relationship that they were planning on posting to Twitter for an entire year and you had no fucking clue? The fuck do you mean? You asked a talent not to be hired as a member of staff just so you can use their exact same skills as they would have used if in a staff capacity while paying them as talent. The fuck do you mean you're just going to sit back and wait for one of your talents to clarify your stance on what you're looking for in the auditions process, despite the fact that the last auditions process only got engulfed in such a shitstorm because of the decisions made purely by the company and not by any of the talents? Reactionary branding got watered down, loss of brand distinctiveness because of the sheer number of failed imitators that decided that VShojo's brand was a convenient grift and shortly thereafter keeled over and died. And then finally, volatility of talent-centered branding manifesting in the form of key members, not just of your talent pool, but of your staff, your personnel, departing. Despite the fact that they shaped your company identity. They would have shaped your company identity, but they're now gone. And these are just the unstable foundations of VShojo's brand. Because if VShojo has one thing that is going to really damage it, it's not just this. It's not just these flimsy these gaping holes in its foundation, but something else entirely. See, VShojo as a company, forget the brand, VShojo as a company is built on a ticking time bomb. And it is a ticking time bomb that is made up of 2 parts. As I've said before, talent freedom, the second, investors. But to start off with talent freedom, one of the things that VShojo has proven the longer it has existed is that talent freedom is fundamentally incompatible with corporate longevity because it erodes a corporation's ability to maintain a cohesive brand identity and basic incentive structures. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Talent freedom can be boiled down to 4 main aspects. Freedom of association, collabing with whoever you like. Freedom of creative control, making whatever you like. Freedom of expression, saying whatever you like. And finally, freedom to hold on, let me check what the last one was. Oh, freedom to own what you are. Your IP, your corporate identity that you were given by the company. 4 forms of talent freedom. No company can survive while attempting to maintain all 4. You have to have at least one be withdrawn as a trade-off. Because if you try to go for all 4, here's what ends up happening. See, the thing about these restrictions, so to speak, is they are not just there for no reason. They are not just there to curb your freedoms for spite or because of some sort of arbitrary urge. Content perms exist because they have the effect of, when used correctly, enhancing consistency of your brand identity, especially by allowing you to strategize around your company's strengths and weaknesses. Social media oversight, very similar concept. It enhances the consistency of your brand identity, especially by allowing other members of your organization to present a unified front. This saves you the trouble of having a whole bunch of people flock to a Google Doc going, "Oh, I'm so sorry this happened to you," and then one of them coming out later going, "Yeah, I didn't really read it, my bad." Collab restrictions. I understand why some people might not like this, but at the same time, it is undeniable that they incentivize loyalty by gating access to the associations and connections that are only possible because of the company. There is a reason why it is alright for, let's say, some of the Hollow Stars to collab with Selen using their PL accounts, but possibly not as much, at least in that time period, using their corporate accounts. Because at the end of the day, you need to make sure that there is an incentive for your talents to stay with you. Otherwise, if they leave and they can still collab with anyone who's still at the company, why the fuck would they not leave if they just felt like it? There's absolutely no reason for them to stay. And that ties in with the last one, which is generations and IP ownership. Generations and IP ownership both incentivize the creation of unique group and individual identities and dynamics that feed into the company brand. The reason why companies debut gens is so they have a pre-packaged group of talents that can form unique dynamics with one another that are essentially organically created within your company and are thus endemic to your brand. These aren't things that they bring in from the outside when they're recruited. These are things that they build up once they are in your halls. And the thing is, the most irritating part of VShojo's strategy around trying to say that they don't want gens and only realizing after Nova's debut that gens might actually be useful for something is the fact that there was an entire period of Zen, Giga's presence, Haruka's presence at the company, where the talents were really, really bothered at how people would constantly associate Haruka and Giga's recruitment at VShojo with Zen's prior presence at VShojo. And I'm just sitting there going like, you know what might fix this? Debuting your talents as groups instead of individuals. Because that way, when people are confronted with just individual talents being released one by one, it's up to them to start looking for connections between the talents. And often, because they're not debuting as a group, they don't have those connections, dynamics as a group to absorb people's attention. That scrutiny goes to other places, like, for example, examining the relationships that existed between the talent that just joined and the talents that were already there. There is a reason why when Hololive debuts a new generation, they enforce a collab ban between members of the new generation and members of the older generations, because the new generation needs space to form its own identity. And with that space and with that identity, it acts as an added layer of protection against people being overly trigger happy when it comes to accusations of nepotism or the like. Something that I know for a fact VShojo's talents could probably have done with, or sorry, could have done without during their time there. Henya's the exception. Well, that's true, but she's Henya. So when you look at traditional agencies, right, all of these aspects of their structure, their business practices, they have a purpose. They don't just exist for the purpose of being oppressive towards the talent. They do have a function, a utility. The problem with VShojo, however, is that they went in and just deleted all of this and assumed that they would be fine. Because, rather naively, they assumed that this was just an aspect, a quirk of the way that things were, over in Nihon land, I suppose. Whereas in actuality, all of these pieces had a place in the overall structure of a VTuber company. As a result, they don't really have any of these incentives in place to keep their talents with them. They can't hold on to the IP of their talents. They can't hold on to the associations and connections that their talents built up once they joined. I mean, Giga now has Dan Clancy's Discord or something, I would assume, and there's no way that VShojo can take that back. They can still collab with whatever VShojo member they like, whenever they like. There's no loss there. Things like social media oversight, well, they've kind of lost control of their brand quite a few times because one of their talents has gone gung-ho on social media. And content perms. I don't mean stream ideas. I don't mean games. I mean things like scheduling or organizing an art contest. Telling your talent, look, you don't really know what you're doing, let me fill you in, here's how things can go wrong. It's that simple, and yet I don't think VShojo does that. I don't know why. However, in spite of all of these things, there is still something that would keep a VShojo talent at the company. Something that isn't, the management or the support or the friendly atmosphere. No, I mean an actual incentive that will keep them there at the company. Does anyone have any clue what that might be? It's not networking, because once they've managed to form those connections, they're out of there. There's nothing stopping them. Speed on. Exactly. The other talents. The foremost incentive keeping people at VShojo are the other people at VShojo. Look through the clips of Giga, of Michi, of Henya talking about why they joined the company, and it is almost impossible to separate their decision to join VShojo from the influence of another friend who was already at VShojo. The main thing keeping people in place once they've joined VShojo and built any sort of following are the other people at VShojo. They have the connections, they own the IP, their audience has no loyalty to the company, only to them. They can probably find a merch provider somewhere else. There is nothing keeping them tethered except their sentimental attachment to the other people at VShojo. And this is why I said that this is a ticking time bomb. Because this incentive is also the reason why, for VShojo, groups of people leaving at once is especially deadly. Because what it creates is a negative feedback loop. For every person that leaves VShojo, the remaining people have less cost to leave themselves. And that happens over and over and becomes a self-perpetuating, self-exacerbating loop. And if you keep an eye on what is currently happening with VShojo, this does not look normal. Yes, you have 3 talents leaving within the span of 3 months of one another. But that's not all, because talents are not the only ones who are apparently jumping ship on this company. Papal Monicus, thank you for being a Footstool for 7 months. Sentimentality is a bad business model. Oh, I agree 100%. On May 15th this year, Mountain Dew, you know, the co-founder of VShojo, announced that he was leaving VShojo. Quote, "For the past 5 years, VShojo has been an integral part of my life and journey. Since its inception, I had the honor and privilege of working with some of the most hardworking and intelligent team members, and have made many friends throughout VTubing and streaming community. I will always cherish the time we spent together. I take great pride in my contributions to the growth of the VShojo brand, helping shape what it is today through my involvement in most of the forward-facing large-scale media and behind-the-scenes growth operations within the company. As of today, I am formally stepping down from my position as CMO and departing the company to explore new creative endeavors. While this was a difficult decision, I believe it is the right time for me to embark on a new chapter of creative fulfillment in my life. Thank you for all the wonderful memories. See you soon, Mountain Dew." Now, ordinarily, when you see a co-founder just randomly leave a company, that's probably a little bit of a red flag. What makes it even more of a red flag is if this is promptly followed by even more members of staff doing the exact same thing. Take, for example, between May 19th and May 22nd, Turbo Dog, a art lead for VShojo, and Poshi, previously VShojo's, if I remember correctly, head of merch, Turbodog, saying, "As of today, I am no longer employed by VShojo. I'm super grateful for the opportunity to design a whole variety of things for VTubers. For now, I'm focusing on enjoying the rest of my Japan vacation, taking a break and figuring out what's next." Poshi, "After 3.5 years, I'm no longer working at VShojo. I no longer work at VShojo. The last 3.5 years of my life have been a whirlwind of great experiences, personal growth, unforgettable memories, and accomplishments I'm truly proud of. I've met so many amazing individuals in the VTuber community and had the pleasure of working with some of the most passionate and hardworking colleagues, creators, fans, artists, and partners. Many of them I now consider close friends. I'll forever be grateful for and will always treasure my time at VShojo. What's next for me? While I take some time off to decompress and slow down, I'll be prepping for my VTuber debut. I'm also open to new opportunities, so feel free to reach out if you'd like to connect or collaborate. I hope you'll continue to support me on this new journey. See you soon." And finally, July 11th, yesterday. This was the director of talent for VShojo. She's leaving VShojo. She has left VShojo after 3 years, no less. Announcement. After 3 years, I've decided it's time to conclude my journey with VShojo. I did not take this decision lightly, but believe it's the best move forward for me. VShojo was my first step into the world of content creation. I'm proud to know that I've made an impact, not just within the company, but in the community and the industry as a whole. I'll never forget the people I've met along the way. I'm truly grateful to everyone who's helped shape who I am today. While I'm closing this chapter with VShojo, my passion for helping others navigate their content creation and management careers is something I'll continue to pursue part-time. After I take the next couple of weeks off, I'll be available for commissions on a per-project or consulting basis, with a focus on helping creators with specific events or goals they hope to reach. For any inquiries, please feel free to reach out at email. Every close of a chapter just means a start to a new one. With love, Panini. Yeah, Keigo, that is a lot of staff, and they're not like, who staff either. They are the heads of departments, which is a little concerning, all things considered, especially seeing as they're leaving in such close proximity of one another. And so when you look at this, when you look at all of this talent freedom, this lack of incentive, without talents, why would you need staff? Without staff, how do you keep talents? It is a vicious feedback loop. Because, like I said before, the more people leave, the less reason everyone else has to stay. And with VShojo, the cost of leaving is already absurdly low, comedically low even. It is rather grim. But like I said before, that's just one half of the ticking time bomb. The other half is the whole reason why VShojo got off the ground to exist in the first place. Some of you may remember this from the last stream that I did. Between the 16th and 17th of March 2022, a bunch of articles started coming out in DOT Esports and The Hollywood Reporter stating that VShojo had managed to raise $11 million in investment in order to grow the VTuber community. What they essentially did was recruit investment firms, venture capital firms, to pump them full of money so that the company could get off the ground. However, here's the inconvenient thing that a lot of people tend to forget about investor money. It's not free. It's basically a glorified loan, except instead of paying interest, what you're expected to do is either buybacks or some form of return on investment, whether it be dividends or something else. And you're not expected to pay it back so much as you are expected to give the initial investors what they call an exit. Essentially, someone else needs to come in so that they can have their turn near the stove, so that those who initially got your venture off the ground don't need to stick around for risk of getting burnt. And the thing is, well, VShojo owes a lot of money to these investors, and they are going to be expecting an exit strategy. 11 million USD is not nothing. And that is how much that VShojo's investors, or as I call them, creditors, are probably going to be expecting from VShojo. And here's the problem. $11 million is a lot of money. Yes, I'm sure Iron Mouse sells an absurd number of plushies per annum. But does she sell 11 million within 3 years per annum? I honestly don't know. Maybe she does. I'm not really going to hold my breath though, because I have a sneaking suspicion that with their monetization strategy of let's not take anything from our talents, donations, or subscriptions, let's only make money from merch while we have a patchy merch company at best, and let's only make money from sponsorships despite the fact that we don't take the lion's share of that. I have serious doubts about the ability of those income streams to create $11 million in 3 years. And that's ignoring the possibility that they have already spent all of that 11 million and they've tried to go to other investors to get even more funding. And so, at the end of the day, when you really look at VShojo, it is, in my opinion, after looking at all of these factors, it is not actually different from Idle EN, or Vertux VE, or Pixelink. Because while it may have more money, and while their debut generation may be a collection of heavy hitters that dominate a single platform, the way that the company is run is creepily reminiscent of the failures we have seen in this industry. I don't know if VShojo is going to fail. Frankly, well, I hesitate to say that they're too big to fail, but VShojo certainly doesn't seem to be succeeding as of right now. And a lot of it can be tied back to fundamental flaws that are baked into their very company structure, their very business practices, because they chose to make a company that was founded on idealism instead of incentives. They chose to thumb their nose at tradition, customs, and conventional practice, not because they understood and dismissed them accordingly, but because they simply felt like being different would be a better sell. And sure it was, for the first few years, but now they're in the end game, so to speak, of the industry. And I don't think that novelty is going to pull too much weight going forward. At the end of the day, when you try to examine what VShojo is, its whole slogan of talent freedom, you start to realize that it is basically a convenient PR cover for a company that is terminally afraid of standing up for themselves, terminally allergic to coming up with a way of communicating for themselves, and sitting on top of money that is covering a bomb. And the entire time people are distracted by the fact that it is the talent doing the speaking and not a member of management. I have no idea how long they can maintain this for. Zentreya, the poor lass, is no longer a part of the company. So who knows who is going to step into the shoes of, well, let's just say company town crier, I suppose. But if no one does, well, at least we'll see what VShojo resorts to when nobody else is coming in to sweep on the company's behalf and cover for their poor communication practices, to put it mildly. However, what VShojo does most effectively above anything else is act as a convenient case study. A case study in the importance of acknowledging that at the end of the day, this is still an industry, and at the end of the day, you are still running a business. And if you are running a business, you can't afford to be idealistic. And if you, while running a business, choose to ignore incentive in favor of pursuing blind idealism, sure, your marketing could be on point. Sure, your branding may stand for a while. But time will have its way with you. And if you ignore incentives in the pursuit of idealism, you will ultimately leave yourself in a position where you are left bereft of both. But good luck to VShojo, I guess. I have no fucking clue what is going on with that company. It certainly does seem to be giving off the same symptoms as its predecessors, its smaller imitators in their death throes, though. So I'm not too optimistic about VShojo's future, if I'm being honest. It sounds like they're either waiting for bankruptcy or to hope to reel in some sucker to take their operation off their hands. Who would buy them out, though? I could imagine... Well, actually, you know, it's a rat that Brave Group is thinking of buying them out, but to be completely honest, I could see that. But, well... Who knows? Wasn't VShojo in the same position just a couple of years ago? What do you mean by the same position, Marquise? Those who trade freedom for safety deserve neither, will get none. I wouldn't even say it's trading freedom for safety. I think it's just... I don't think VShojo even understands what talent freedom means. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a corporation trying to use it as a selling point towards indie talents. Like I said, there are certain talents in a corporation that contribute more to the identity of the company than others. Those are the ones that you really can't afford to lose if you work in entertainment, because they are the ones who are going to come up with an identity, a direction, a brand for your company. They are the ones who are going to sustain it, to promote it, to strengthen it. And if you let them go, you're just fucked, pretty much. If Brave buys them out, wouldn't all the talents leave, or would they get to keep the current IP clause? I have yet to see Brave be willing to sign away IP clause to people who are staying at their company. I can imagine Brave, like, giving them the same sort of deal that the Idol girls got, where, you have a grace period where you're allowed to leave so long as you mortgage your IP to us. But that's about it. If you stay past that point, then the offer is functionally withdrawn and you now default back to the IP being owned by Brave, I would assume. So, yeah. What branding does VShojo have left? IronMouse is appearing in rap music videos. It's IronMouse, not IronMouse of VShojo. That's why I said the loss of Zentreya, Matara, and Giga are such a big loss. Actually, let me. I was trying to figure out how best to visualize this. I think I've thought up a decent way of visualizing what I mean by this. So, IronMouse and Zen are comparatively big talents number-wise, but they are not the same when it comes to how much value they provide to the VShojo brand. Allow me to explain. So let's imagine that this circle is everything that encompasses VShojo's brand, right? Let's say that this circle is IronMouse's brand. Yes, there is a... So hold on, let me redraw that. Let's say this circle is IronMouse's brand. Yes, there is a sizable chunk of it that is embedded within VShojo's brand, and a sizable chunk of it that VShojo relies upon in order to have any sort of consistency or substance. But that is not the majority of the size of IronMouse's brand. The majority of her brand as a content creator exists outside of VShojo. Zen is kind of the opposite, where Zen is also, quite a large presence. Oh, okay, I've kind of fucked up the drawing there. But Zen is kind of a large presence, but a good deal more of her... Hold on, let me get this right. But a good deal more of her presence is located within VShojo than without. That's also why, by the way, if IronMouse were to leave but VShojo were to stay, it is my assumption that VShojo, the brand, would have a higher chance of surviving and maintaining its integrity than the opposite of those, than the opposite hypothetical where those two are flipped. And the same thing applies to Giga. Same thing applies to Matara. Matara and Giga were both pushing for company identities, unified, cohesive company identities. There's a reason why I keep harping on about that point, because that is a crucial element of a company's ability to pull itself together, keep itself together, and survive, especially in the minds of its audience as a clear entity that can be that you can form attachments to and become invested in. See, strategic person, I tend to forget that IronMouse is with VShojo. Her collabs with Connor stick out more than anything VShojo related. That is not even an uncommon sentiment. There are tons of people who watch IronMouse who share that exact same assessment of her brand. And that is a problem for VShojo. Because their biggest talent, by a country mile, is also a talent that people frequently forget is even a part of their organization. When IronMouse went to Congress to talk to people about CVID, that was not a VShojo thing. That was an IronMouse thing. When Iron Mouse turns up to the Streamer Awards and wins Best Streamer or whatever, that is not a VShojo thing. That is an Iron Mouse thing. When Iron Mouse tags along with Sea-Dog VA while he bikes across Japan for the 14th time in a row, that is not a VShojo thing. That is an Iron Mouse thing. And again, if you don't have a company identity that your talents can unite under, what do you expect is going to happen when they break off and specialize and essentially keep building on their own individual brands? Your company's going to end up looking like some sort of demented starfish. Do they even need a brand if they're just a talent management agency? See, that's the thing. They're not just a talent management agency. They're a company, a VTuber company. And when it comes to defining what VShojo is, one of the frequent reasons why they manage to evade criticism so easily is because people can't even make up their minds as to what the fuck a VShojo is. Is it a talent management agency? Is it a merch company? Is it a VTuber company? Is it a VTuber agency? Is it, like I said before, like, is it a friend group? Is it a streaming collective? Like, what the fuck is it? And the easiest answer is VTubing company, because that's what all the people who are there call it. That's what they refer to it. We will never hear the current state of talent renegotiations of contract. Yeah, probably not. I doubt we would. Matara as the Spider Mama found a wild Giga, had a wild but devastating fight, Zen flying around, noticed the fun fight and joined the Gutling Buddha machine gun. That is quite the fan fiction, Vivian. If they started off and operated like Mythic, they wouldn't have half the problems they have now. Yes, because Mythic doesn't need a solid brand identity. Their service is very clear. They give you managers that will find you sponsorships and maybe talk to you if you feel anxious about something. But besides that, they're pretty hands-off. That's all they need to be. Mythic doesn't seem to feel the need to, you know, prove a point to the rest of the industry. They just chug along and recruit streamers. VShojo is what you observe it to be, except when you look away. Yeah. A lot of people have echoed the sentiment that if it was Idol that was starting with, an opening roster of Iron Mouse, Zentreya, Vibe, Silverveil, etc., then it would have been, Idol that is currently alive and VShojo that is currently either bankrupt or been bought out by Brave. So. The entire point of being part of a corporation is just so you can export the things you don't want to handle to them. Just because you're not handling those things, they still need to be handled. Yeah, exactly. I guess this is what people want when it comes to how a company should operate, a ghost or visage that exists and doesn't do anything except take the brunt of all the problems and give no benefits. Yeah, I suppose. I don't think it matters what we think the company is, only if the investors... Yeah, and that's the other thing about VShojo. You may wonder if, one of the things I think is worth being careful of is believing that VShojo is not going to do anything that isn't in the interests of its audience or the talents. Because VShojo owes most of its money and its funding not to the average everyday person, but to... but to its investors. It's quite simple, really. Mythic did not advertise itself like how VShojo advertised itself. Yeah, they weren't really picking fights or shitting all over other people. Or no mention of what happened to Silverveil as part of this. Silverveil was a founding member and nobody told Fruit to just not. This is more due to the recent departures and how that has sort of weakened VShojo's brand image and standing. If I'm being completely honest, prior to this year, the Silverveil impact of Silverveil's departure of VShojo had already sort of faded from public consciousness. People still remember it for sure, but people no longer hold it over VShojo's head in the exact same way. So, You're not slipping up with Cindervale anymore. What happens when I don't have to refer to two names in quick succession of one another? It's sad because I remember when people were praising VShojo for bringing in Nazuna, Henya, and ex-Nishis. The thing about VShojo is they haven't proven that they are able to really capitalize off of talent that didn't build itself up from somewhere else. Like, the Nova Girls... I forgot I needed to add a mic source to this scene as well. Thank you for pointing that out, by the way. I would not have been able to do so without your reminder. You're muted again? What the fuck? Still muted? Hello? There's no way I'm still muted. My OBS tells me that I'm fine. What? No way. No, you have to be having me on. You must be having me on. You left it at Nova? I can hear you now. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. All right. So yeah, I was saying the Nova girls are doing fine, but they're not anywhere near as successful as an EN debutee. Debutee. So, and again, it's just I will never cease to be bothered by how much of a colossal miss VShojo committed by failing to capitalize off of the release of their very first proper generation. Can you imagine the amount of novelty the Nova girls had attached to them before their debut? VShojo, the Western talent freedom, we only debut and recruit individual talents corpo, with a gen in Japan. Like, what? Why would you not capitalize off that? How do you not capitalize off of that? I genuinely just don't understand how that happens unless you have absolutely zero vision for the company. Hold on, let me just do some scrolling. Okay, thank you for the super. Scuff Life chose me. Absolutely. All reactionaries are paper tigers in experience. The reactionaries are terrifying, but in reality, they are not so powerful. Yeah, no. That's absolutely true. Mao was cooking when he said that. A merch company? Matara's laughing at that. Sure she is. Funless, thank you for the super. Turn it up to 200. I'd rather not blast yours and your ears and mine. Thank you very much. Funless, thank you for the super. Smokers are smoking hot, Don. Do you not want to be hot too? Of course. I reached out to them. Oh wait, what is this? I reached out to them some time ago regarding making games but never heard back. Sadly. Oh, is this VShojo? I sent them some prototype stuff. Mostly it was a fan game. It was still a shame. Yeah, they might be. I'll be honest, Roly Poly. I think they might be in the middle of something quite severe right now. Just going off of how many departures are happening in quick succession. Maybe they're not checking their inbox. Evo, thank you for the survive. Thanks for the seminar. Would also like to pay to see an Armchair Uma Musume stream where we mistake secret special week for Rima. That would be funny. I need to hone my transatlantic radio voice accent. I think that would be funny. Hold on, let me take a look. Charlie, thank you for the 3. Incorrect. I do. You do what? You're gonna have to tell me in chat. Charlie, thank you for the. Charlie, thank you for the super. Girls who are extremely fashionable to date Charlie. Girls, it's extremely fashionable to date Charlie. I'm sure it is. Funless, thank you for the super. Perfect timing to join as I'm smoking a cigarette. Damn. Please don't get cancer. Please don't get cancer. Hold on, let me take a look. I think that's it. Spaghetti, thank you for the 2. Muted? Not anymore. Not anymore. I think I've caught all of them. Yeah, I think I've caught all of them. Alright, I've got all of the members and the supers. I am truly the ARC streamer. Personal route on VShojo's JP group debuts because they want to be safe. They want to be a safe bet for expansion. I could believe that. I could believe that. Honestly, I could see, if Brave buys VShojo, I could see Nova getting folded into Riot Music or something similar. But in any case, I don't know if you guys knew this, but I'm basically running on no sleep for this stream. I was doing that for the entire stream. I had a bit of insomnia last night. It was a bit of a rough one. So, I will be ending stream here so that I can go sleep. I know it is just past sauna time, but I hope you understand. Let me look for somebody to raid into with you guys. A lot of horsing around. Indeed, indeed. Well, I don't think I need to put up a poll, seeing as the topics for the next few weeks worth of streams are currently up already. I think we already know what they are. And as a result, I ask that for that regarding the future streams, please check out the waiting rooms, take a look at if you find them interesting, and if you do, I hope to see you, and I'll be coming out with a formal announcement some point tomorrow, or at very latest day after. Bundless, thank you for the 5. I just bought headphones because they were at $400 discount, but my total came out to $666 after taxes. Holy shit. Cancel your order immediately. What the fuck? Goodness. Alright, guys, we have a decision to make. 5 FaZe girls are streaming. They are all streaming at the same time. I don't know who to pick. Let me make a poll. Oh, fuck. That was a Q&A. Hold on. Give me a second. Alright. Take your pick of your FaZe Connect poison. Raid all of them. I fucking wish. Hold on. Alright, so your options are Unwolf, Rabbit, Lemon Woman, Eber, and Mari. Fuck, I can't include 5 options. Alright, I'll just include the first 4 because they were the first on my screen. I just got from Clearstream. Oh, jeez. It's all FaZe? Always has been. As things should be. Have you seen the Steam rating for Pirate Software's game? Oh, no, I did. Deserved. Alright, the overwhelming majority of you are voting Pippa. The overwhelming majority of you also have good taste. Oh, no, actually, the others are catching up now. I'll give it a few more seconds. Come on. Oops, old FaZe. Where is Feemsh? I cannot. Unfortunately, not enough. Pippa is streaming now. Yes, she is apparently. She's playing. She's playing a game with Mari. All right, I'm going to send you guys off to Pippa. I hope you guys enjoy yourselves over there. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. I hope you found this entertaining, at least a little bit informative. I understand that some of the topics were a little tangenty, but I hope that overall it kind of came together. In any case, I will see you guys hopefully next week. Your bias is showing. Shh. We don't talk about that. But in any case, I'll see you guys next week. Thanks for tuning in once again. And yeah. Oh, timestamps will be up later on either today or early tomorrow. Slides will be going up later today. And yeah. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.